Hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we are going to be doing a live stream today. And it's not hopefully going to be too demanding and stressful of a live stream, but I'll tell you what. We can't try to do something interesting because I would like to put a little time into exploring the idea of the plugin cans. And that is essentially how to make a virtual sound room that you can use to actually help with mixing over headphones. Now, technically, this would require me monitoring stuff over headphones, and that might or might not actually happen. But one thing that I can do, because it'll be more difficult to, like my challenge there is that I can play stuff over my main speakers when I'm doing a stream, for a coding stream. Like, let me skip over. Here's our coding stream. And I've got a selection of potential rooms picked out. So first thing we need to do is come up with a virtual space that can be switched between these 5 things. It'll be based off of the same, essentially the guts of Clear Coat, but then sort of substantially revised. Also, I think I need to be using the undersampling concepts. Hey Marshall, hey before. Not of Cloud Coat, but of one of the more recent versions. And probably not, because it needs to be doing that form of undersampling for use at higher sample rates. Because being able to use this at higher sample rates is a given. It's an absolute given. I feel like I can set it up to do its reverby thing. That might or might not take all day. I'm not sure how fast that's going to go. But then the next thing about it is I'm going to need to do a lot more filtering than usual, and I've got some ideas around what I can do with that. In particular, I'm wondering whether I can do a version of cans that's a lot more customizable than it might otherwise be. And that's because I feel it's going to be very deeply personalized. The thing with a headphone-mix tool is that I'm not sure how you'd go about calibrating a thing like this. I feel like there's probably a good answer. I'd like to come up with it if I can. But each person's going to have different needs for producing the result they want. For instance, if you can only mix over headphones and you always mix really dull, then your version of cans needs to have a darker room sound that will cause you to mix kind of brighter and therefore cope with that. It's going to have to apply not a detailed, would have to act more like a sort of tilt EQ, but perhaps with some extra. I'm still thinking about how this needs to come together. But what you can see here is that we can kind of start on some of these things, because my first order of business can be to make something that is functioning. Here's what I've got in mind. I'd like to open up one of those recent, don't mind me scooching around with the menus and things there. One of those recent versions of Clear Coat. And clearly the most recent version is literal clear coat. But what I need to do is bring in one that has the undersampling that's most recent, but in clear coat, because clear coat is a 4x4 householder matrix. If I start from like Cape Plate or Guitar Hall, that's a 5x5. And so probably cream coat is going to be the thing I'm interested in. So let's take a brief moment, and I'm going to reacquaint myself with what I've got in there. So the idea is to go and find cream coat in here in the AU version. Oh, are you going to crash? Did it not open? I'm not sure what today is going to work out like as far as doing my stream and everything is concerned. I know I'll be having tacos at the end of it. Or give me a second, I'm going to check to make sure I'm defrosting things properly. Yep. Yeah, it's fine. I've actually been doing a bunch of work and a bunch of things, some of which are the recent version, the version of 2Tape that you're going to be getting next coming Sunday. Let's try that again. For some reason that didn't click. So go to Airwindows, go and find cream coat. Let's see if we can click on it properly the second time. There we go. So that's a 5x5 matrix with 16 different choices. I'm going to be needing 5 different choices. I'm probably going to be naming rather than numbering them. It's probably going to be A through E. And regen probably, I'm going to be wanting some of this stuff to sit around at 0.5. I'm going to need a filter. This does not have a filter. This does not darken things intensely unless you're doing DRes, and I won't want to use DRes for that purpose, and I'll tell you why. So it'll go between pretty much no regen and a certain amount, but there's something of a concern with not having it put a lot of obvious reverb in there. When we are also, I wonder to what extent pre-delay is even going to be a thing. I feel like it is much more useful to do my all-pass filters and things, and I'll show you that as well. Like here's this is where we're going to be at as far as sounds are concerned, because DRes makes larger rooms, and larger rooms is not what we're going to be wanting to fool with. Instead, I'm going to want to have it at high frequency DRes, a DRes of 1x, and it will only compensate for different sample rates. But I'm not going to want to have it go to these long delays, because that's not going to be useful for the purpose. I probably am going to want to do something regarding how much crossfade will happen. And what I mean by that is the whole purpose of this new algorithm that I'm working with, the new examples I have to use. They are dual mono. They're set up in such a way where I can have it so that the sound is very clearly localized and not blending into a virtual room noise. Or they can cross over a little bit more, or the regen, which is how I'm going to be doing that, the regen can cross over completely. We're going to bring in another thing as well. This also might end up being something I need to incorporate. You know how we had cream coat and crunch coat and clear coat? Remember, we've also got cloud coat. Cloud coat is made up entirely out of all passes. And all passes are what I'm using for the settings cab that live in monitoring. Before, I am pretty sure this is going to have to include options. It's going to have to be adjustable. I don't think I'm thinking I'm going to make it be adjustable in the way that to tape is, which is use the middle settings for everything for the intended result. But you should be able to manipulate them quite intensely for a variety of reasons. Here's one of those reasons. We can do cloud coat. I think I must have a lot going on in cloud coat, but the idea with the all passes is that this can really reshape the way that peaks show up, more than just the comb filters. And comb filters is what you normally have. All passes is this. So if you're doing the longest possible all pass, and again, it's a 4x4 matrix. This is the raw sound. When we start including the all passes, it ends up sounding about the same. But you'll notice it's a lot more spread out. And I have a feeling that's going to work better with regard to headphone use, but I'm probably not going to want it only to be all passes. You'll notice that sounds a little bit unusual. Part of that is going to be because I did special stuff with Cloud Coat to make it be its own thing. Whereas if we do this one, not at all the same kind of effect, even though it's exactly the same parameters. In fact, let's pull up an effect stack so that we can load both of those. So there's Cloud Coat with no sustain, selection 16. Cream Coat with no sustain, selection 16. So in theory, those would be exactly the same thing, but it's not. These are all passes, and those are comb filters. Now the gain levels are a little bit different too. I think there's more going on there. I'm not sure that Cloud Coat completely cuts off to 0 regen, because the sustain is a different label. But you can hear the all passes are a lot more direct. And the comb filters are a lot more spaced out, but they're also doing an interesting thing with the highs. And again, same selection, same degree of deresing, because Cloud Code is not using the new deresing. So Cloud Code is effectively doing the same thing as deres set to 1 on Cream Code. It's implemented a little bit differently, but it's still basically the same. And the end result is wildly different. So what you normally do when you're designing reverbs is you combine all of these things. I have a tendency to avoid the heck out of all passes. I just don't like this sort of, there is no depth to it. But maybe with regard to this headphone mix thing that we're talking about, that's not what I'm going to want. So this is the one with depth, and this is the one with all passes, where it's absolutely just blurring everything together. Yet, that might be a better move with regarding the headphone style thing that we're talking about. So what I might end up looking at is a control where I can swap back and forth between the all-pass version of it and the comb filter version of it, similarly to something that I did in an older plugin, MV and MV2. MV2, and probably I think also MV, I'm not entirely sure, has a whole thing where you manipulate a control and it goes in and changes a succession of things in the algorithm itself, swapping them out for other things. And the degree to which you set the control determines how many of the things get swapped out. So what I'd essentially be doing, if I'm not mistaken, is making a control, and it could have about as many. There'll be a limit of 16 steps, but it could also be a 4-step process. And the idea there would be, do we use the comb filters or do we use the all-pass filter in the same way? And do we start replacing all of these, turning this into this? Because remember, we can also use a much smaller one, and it goes this into this. So the idea is have one control that lets you crossfade between those two effects. That's what I'm currently thinking about regarding handling this, and it could be a little bit cumbersome, but people are willing to spend the CPU cycles on this kind of thing. The other possibility is like crossfading into the all-pass filter somehow, which would be a very strange thing to do. So strange that maybe that's worth doing. But for now, where I'm at with this is I need to go and get cans and then go and get something that I'm working from. And it's going to be cream coat because I want the current version of the derez technique. And it does give rise to the question of, would I actually want derez to be accessible? And my gut reaction is no. It's a headphone monitoring thing. And it's not really designed, like the way that I'm going to handle the highs is different. The way that I think I'm going to handle the highs on this one is going to be along the lines of setting up a bunch of IIR filters, namely an IIR filter on input, and then we can throw another IIR filter for every regeneration, and then another IIR filter on output, and they can all be using the same frequency because I'm expecting to need to have a much darker sound to make this work. I'm expecting that having a bunch of highs flying around is going to be really no bueno. It's going to be not okay. I don't know whether that many IIR filters is going to be relevant, but I do know that my simplest form of IIR filter is probably going to be the cleanest way of handling this. And I need to make it accentuate the lows in a particular way. That's something that doesn't exist in clear code or anything like that. So here's where we start. And well, here's where we start. We need to have a identifying comp subtype, which becomes the ID for the VST and everything. So what could we possibly use that'll be a unique, no points for guessing? 4 letters, the name of the plugin. It's going to be cans because that is the name of this plugin. So with that, we can start setting some of this stuff up. And we start not with this bit, although happily this does actually use the lettered things, and so I get to use that. But we start with some of this stuff incorporated. So case short, and I'm assuming, give me a second, I'll figure it out later. I believe that's what I'm also using for my newer variables. I'm going to have a whole swapping things out thing. These are defined as the largest number I'm going to face with any of these. It's 4, 4, 4, and 4. And my smallest is apparently M. I'm not sure if that's the case. I think maybe it's not going to be the case for the... I'll figure it out later. And these all need to be the largest variable I'm going to run into. Because what we're doing is we're swapping out all of the variables in our comb filters or our all-pass filters. So they are little delay buffers either way. And so they must have enough room in their little individual delay buffer to not crash the buffer and fail to work. Oh yeah, well I mean before one of the things that excites me about this, like if I was somewhere with just my laptop, I would not mind having the ability to do mixing and be able to actually make sense of what I was doing. I like working with my speakers and stuff, but if I was on the road somewhere or anything like that, I'd kind of need to be able to make sense of what I was doing. there's a lot of people out there who need to be able to work on audio. And one of the things that I have observed most clearly in working on Airwindows Meter and what's going to resume next Wednesday, I think I'm going to do a George Thorogood track, the Timeless post that I've made, is that everything is about peak energy. So I can do a meter, but I need to also do something where you can hear and feel what the peak energy is doing. I need to do something where I can set up this CANs plugin with your choice of workspace and then play the thing over the headphones and then switch off the CANs plugin and switch over to my studio mains and have it feel and vibe about the same. It needs to not only be accessible through the use of, and I don't have the greatest studio in the world. I mean, it would be fun, but my monitoring is just, I think, a working grade if acceptable. But I do have, normal mix speakers, your Yamaha NS10s, and I've got subs, and I've got them balanced and voiced in such a way, and I've got my room treated enough. The room has a bunch of diffusion in it. The room also has open spaces that let audio out so it doesn't build up a bunch of standing waves. That's one side advantage to the way my room is set up. It might not be symmetrical, it might not be optimal, but it does have a bunch of diffusion in it, and it does have big arches everywhere, meaning that it will not build up standing waves in pretty much any way. That is handy. And as such, when I play stuff over the speakers, I'm hearing what is a reasonably working mix room sound. And if I'm on headphones, I don't get that. But if I can set up CANs to where you put on the headphones and you get basically a sense of sitting in the same room with speakers, that's going to be very useful to me. In fact, I'm probably going to pick one and set it up to be exactly the way, have it match my experience as closely as I can. And then that will be my choice, because that'll be the room sound I'm used to. But for starters, we started with this, and then we got to duplicate everything else while we're at it. And here's the new undersampling. And here, oops, I say oops because the cursor was somewhere I didn't expect it to be. So there's a start, and we're going to have the undersampling. The neat thing about the undersampling is that in theory it will operate properly even if we ramp the sampling rate up like crazy. Like, say 10 years from now, people are able to use regular old digital sampling, but they're working at sampling rates of 512K or something, or 768K as a matter of course, because they're like, hey, why not just live large? It would be nice for my plugins to be able to adapt to that fairly well. I think in some cases they prefer like 192K as a max. And honestly, I think that's a reasonable choice. But if I can design them to go beyond that, that seems neat enough in its way. So let's see what we've got here. Okay, I immediately need to replace something. This won't work right until that is an indexed value that goes from 0 to 16. So there we are. think that might make it 17. Also, give me a second. I now have a secret weapon for use against the getting annoyed by fruit flies, and I'm pretty sure those are there because I have taken to, in the last couple of months or so, because I was so fond of the pear ginger sorbet that I did a blue sky thing on. I have bought Bartlett pears at the grocery store when I go shopping, and it takes about a week for them to ripen, so I've put them in a little Tupperware thing and just enjoyed like a Bartlett pear. And I'm pretty sure that's what's been drawing the fruit flies, having literal fruit around. So I have this little dustbuster with a plastic container. This is currently holding cocoa almonds. This is actually a container that originally held, what was it, almond milk? Something like that. Some kind of non-milk milk. So it was a creamer thingy, and I rinsed it out good, but then also it fits neatly under the top of the dustbuster, and if I want to dispose of a fruit fly, I can zoom in on the fruit fly and it goes poof through the venturi of this thing and is no more. It's in here in a post-living state. So if you hear that noise as an interruption to my stream, it is because there was a fly trying to land on my nose that is still looking for the Bartlett pears that I used to have around and don't anymore. And I am making it go away. Which is to say killing. I'm killing the flies, but I'm not swatting them, I'm vacuuming them up. So let's see, where were we at? And that whole thing is sort of a, if I'm going to get completely distracted by stuff to the point where I'm struggling to function and work, I'll make the problem go away. Let's try not to continue to be distracted by that thing. Because my next job is to clone as much of this as I need. And there's the guts for deciding how to do stuff. And sample frames. We don't use CycleEnd anymore. There's in sample frames. There's where that goes. I should be able to get this working. We shall see. The hope is that I'm going to be needing dry sample, that's for damn sure. We do not run this at full wet. That's not going to make any sense at all. In fact, I might have a dry wet where the optimal setting is 0.5, have it be something of a crossfade, and then have it be weighted in such a way where the 50% mark is actually substantially less than that, if that's what turns out to be needed. We shall see. So let's go, what do we got? Here we are. So it went from dry sample. We're not keeping temp. We're not keeping any of that stuff. And then we paste. In theory, this is probably not going to build the first time because it never does, but I bet it'll build, and this will probably be my clone of Cream Coat. We'll find out. If this doesn't work, I have to do something else. Hey, inhibited. That said, we are far from done. But we might just be done with cream coat. Afternoon, fair. It's 9:30 in the morning here, so it's still kind of morning here. So let's see what we've got. Firstly, here's where that will have been produced. Here's my drum sounds. Let us now see whether I made a plugin and it works. There it is. Now we got way too many things here, but interesting. So this is going to be pre-delay. The reason I heard nothing is because this is the D-res. This would be the sustain. And this would be the selection. So what I'm thinking is the first nice thing to do might be to implement. And this would be moderately time consuming, but hopefully that'll be fine. The dual mono nature. What I mean by dual mono nature is that for this to work the way I want it to, if I want the, maybe I can't decide whether so regen is going to be a thing. D-res will not. D-res is going to be 1 divided by overall scale. We're just going to roll with that. I think that makes better sense. It's not going to be 0, so we don't need this. It's not going to be larger than 1. So I don't think anybody runs sample rates lower than 44.1K. So we hard lock to exact subdivisions of 1. I'm going to assume, should I assume? So part of the whole idea of a space, hang on, let me see. Give me a second. So I got some explaining to do. Forgive the incredibly bright light. That's actually a ring light, so it's amazing to me that it is so saturated. Maybe I can tone the aperture down a little bit. Maybe we can get that off the screen. Cool, okay. So here's an option. So what you're seeing there is a speaker. The sound comes out the speakers. So one of the things that the sound does is it bounces off this surface before it hits my ear, and this surface. And this is the edge of a monitor, and it bounces off of the monitor before it hits my ear. And there's a ceiling, and the sound bounces off the ceiling. There's a lot of really early reflections going on in this kind of scenario. We really have a tendency for there to be a densely arranged set of early reflections, meaning that pre-delay is kind of meaningless for this purpose. And for that reason, I am inclined to ditch the very concept of pre-delay, because all of my earliest reflections are going to be composed of all of the banks of reverbs combined with each other. And so that's what I was doing, switching to the other camera, is showing you the normal behavior of a speaker getting to my ear here. There's going to be a bounce off of this surface. There's going to be a bounce off of this surface and this surface. This and this surface are very slightly different. They're not quite the same position. This is slightly elevated from this. This is a mouse pad, so it's a slightly softer reflection than the other one on the other side. Over here, that's a hard surface. So this is what a studio is like when you're dealing with that kind of thing, is you are having sound bounce off of all of these things, and they are closer to the speaker than even I am. The sound's got to be able to bounce off of that. Now, as far as how many milliseconds does it take, how many samples does it take for a sound to get from there, bouncing off of there, to my ear, that's a very short delay. But it is still a lot slower than having headphones directly over my ears. That's literally no delay and literally nothing else happening. So and that was just to explain that stuff. So for that reason, I am thinking in terms of also no pre-delay. And I feel I ought to be able to do that pretty well by just going boop. I know I'm going to want to do a crossfade, so I'm going to want to remove this and this. The sort of purposes behind everything are a little bit different now. So for that reason, dry wet is not going to work the same as it did. Okay. You know what? I'm thinking about how this works. Figuring it out. going to be a funny old day as I slowly step through all of these very obvious and simple things. Wouldn't it be funny if you had slightly different dry wet for each ear because you have a special ear? I am not going to be looking in terms of reference IR, but I do have audio, and in fact I can probably show that. Give me a second. I'll switch over and show it. In this case, I cannot show it in the Finder. So there's a reason I keep saying I need to get rid of all the high frequencies. This algorithm inherently is deeply obnoxious in high frequencies. So these highs are going to need to be stepped on big time. And that is the longest delay. So what we need to do is continue walking through this a little bit. And now we have a, well, hang on. That's not true. Now we have a dry wet. You know something, if we do have a safety clip built into this so that it doesn't blow up, we can put it after here. Because you never can tell when it might be sorting itself out. Here's this, here's this. And to make this be dual mono, this needs to be adjusted somewhat, because the way this inherently works all by itself, oh, and you can't see what I was just doing, so I'm going to switch back in a moment. The way this inherently works, I have the same delay constants, but they are not dual mono. Instead, they're redistributed in the other channel. So it ends up being the same delay constants, but they're applied differently. I'm pretty sure that what's going to happen if you do that is you get a different distribution of the combinations of delays. And the idea is to make it so if you had a centered sound, the reverb tail would not match in both sides, where the highs of it would be a little more scattered. That's how most of my stuff works. I don't want that this time, though. This time, I want it to be as close to dual mono as I can get, so that if you're not doing a lot of crossfade stuff, if you're not doing a lot of mingling the different sounds, and I'm sure that there will be ways for me to do that as well. I'm just not quite sure what they are at the moment, but we'll see. Then any sound in the stereo field should have its reverb elements both lining up perfectly in the stereo field and also having exactly the same reverb tail, meaning that if you had a centered sound, the centered result of it being blended with it would be exactly the same. No additional stereo information at all. That's the goal here. And I'll tell you first, after removing this part, because we're not doing that anymore. So what did I just delete? Okay, that's Bez, Semp, L, and R continues to be. So yes, I can delete that. And whatever is going on under here is part of my undersampling. And I may not understand it, but I'll get caught up to it eventually. And I still need to show you what is actually happening. So maybe this would be a time for me to go and make another cup of coffee. Although, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll get there. So how this works is kind of like this. Every stage of this looks like this on the screen. And you can see how it's ABCD. And then it decides to be DHLP because it is reading the right channel is reading the householder matrix crossways. I want to eliminate that. And probably the easiest way of going about it will be to simply duplicate the left and then do a find and replace and make sure that I haven't screwed anything up in the process, and then simply delete the leftover. So we'll start by going through and duplicating all the left channel stuff. There's 3 of those now. I feel like I've done this before. There's some experiment that I've done recently where I did in fact implement this, and it may have meant that I didn't have to use multiple count variables for incrementing. That rings a bell somehow. And then finally, feedback. And then this ends up being same deal. So here's how that works. I'm going to want, well, this is also going to get more complicated. This is definitely going to get more complicated, but the guts of it are going to be about the same. Because this is doing a crossfeed thing. Going to have to work on that crossfeed thing. That crossfeed thing is going to need some work. You know what? Whether you like it or not, this is a good time for me to go and make another cup of coffee, because I'm kind of staring blankly at this, and all the work that I've been doing on 2Tape has left me somewhat exhausted. So what we're going to do is put on some music, and I can set the music. I have my usual routine of making my SWB audio capture work in OBS, setting it to that, and then setting something up or other with my usual choice of this. And you will be able to hear this music and I will not. But that's fine, because I'm going to go and make another cup of coffee, and I'll be back to continue doing the work that I was doing. See you later, anybody who is done with this for now. I'm not done because I've still got another 7 hours or so of this today, but that means I'll most likely still be here later. We'll see how my energy holds up. And for now, this is a bit of a thing from 2020 called Null Pointer. I have no idea what kind of noise that was making, but it sure went hard. That was from Null Pointer, apparently November 2020. In fact, literally all of this is October or November 2020. Back to work. I've been getting a lot of stuff done in recent days, I must say. One of the things I have over there in the other room is now I have a bunch of keyboards set up that I can just plug a single wire into them and start making sound with them. The ability to set things up is way more straightforward than it used to be, and I'm looking to continue that with regard to bass tracking. What I'd like to be able to do is record electric bass into a little stomp box of my own construction. One that takes in stereo bass and distorts the low frequency pickup, the neck pickup, more intensely, and takes that jangly bridge pickup, distorts it less intensely, and also runs them as a crossover. I feel like if I do that, I will be on the right track towards doing something I'd like to see happen. Speaking of things I'd like to see happen, we're looking at this right now. So it's time for me to start figuring this part out. Well, it's gonna take a lot of art. I am not smart today, but you know, it's fine. Also, I really wonder if I need separate left and right for count here. I feel like maybe I don't. I remember that from previously. Something I did before in this area. If I didn't simply dream it, and if I'm not simply remembering something that didn't actually happen, I'm pretty sure I can get rid of some of these variables. So if we do that, then we do this. And then goodbye all the rest of this. Ooh, I hate it when stuff like that happens, Inhibited. I hate it when stuff like that happens. Things starts misbehaving and doing mean things to you. I do not like those situations. So that simplified that a bit. A much earlier comment, like completely before I went off and made coffee, probably. being able to moderate the cross-feeding that you would with monitors might make all the difference in terms of being able to judge stereo placement. And that's going to be a really interesting question as to whether that does anything. Guess we'll find out. Let's delete that. Let's go straight forwards and neutralize all of these things. So effectively, we're breaking this completely, and then we'll try to put it back together again. We'll be like, we can rebuild it. We can make it be alive after having ruined literally everything. So far, so good. That sucker goes away. Oh, did we miss a thing? I think we missed a thing. Oh, we missed a couple of things. But that got to go away. I see you. You're here. There. Missed that, but now I have not missed it. Wouldn't it be funny if I had this wrong somehow and it turned out I did need to actually have all of these in stereo? Isn't that funny? That would be like, tear her hair out, quit stream, run away. I think I've had an ADARL processor of some kind. I think I've had an ADARL interface at some point. Okay, and this goes away. These change. Alrighty, so far so good. Next stage would be MNOP. It's got that taken care of. There. Then this goes away. And these all gotta be fixed. And then lastly, this goes away. We're going to have an IR filter for each of those. And lastly, that goes away. So now that we've got this, we'll save it. The one thing we know is that we have taken all of the left and right indicators out of count because we're now using the same one. Everything else is still the way it was. However, here's the thing. This is being reset. There, now that's a reset that would actually work. Here's our case statement that's going to require some attention. That's for later. We'll get to this by the end of the day, I guarantee. But this is not going to even pretend to work yet because this stuff isn't right. We're not using count Z. We're not keeping this the way it is. I don't know how much of this even relates. This doesn't need to exist. This does. And we've got reset taken care of. Now we need to go back into the H file, the header file. Hey, Tropical Banana Man. I'm doing as well as can be expected, considering that we're sort of closing in on me just taking a couple of weeks off after to tape 7 is completely done. And I'm still expecting some controversy around to tape 7 because there will always, anytime you do anything that's worth anything, people will come out of the woodwork to complain about it. And I feel one of the complaints is going to be my choices around the flutter, because the flutter is like a stereo flutter that serves as a stereo effect processing if you want it to, but it will also produce a sort of decentering effect, which I think is more correct than not. But people are expecting flutter to be exactly tied to a one-dimensional elasticity of the tape, which I don't believe is accurate. I don't at this time have a good solution for being able to engage the floatiness quality, which I think is essential to doing a proper tape vibe. So what I'm doing is setting it up as just independent left and right flutters and saying use the prescribed extremely small amount and essentially suck it up and deal, because I don't yet have a really good way for being able to do all things to all people. That said, I do have the independent flutter algorithm, so it's not unthinkable that I can just direct people to that if they want the full stereoifying thing. And there's a thought. So it's possible that today or Thursday, I might dive right back into that again and come up with some kind of way of optimizing it for trying to act more like a mono flutter without quite entirely being a mono flutter. And I'm not quite sure how that would go. I'm really not. Contemplating the idea of running a second random number and evaluating somehow whether the end result of that random number would be more in sync or more out of sync, forcing the randomnesses to try to chase each other. In a statistical kind of way. That said, what I'm looking at now is not that. What I'm looking at now is getting cans to build. We've stripped out the pre-delay. We're going to be using this, but we're going to need to use it like this. So this is not going to work yet. That's the thing. That's the thing that's sitting with me, is knowing that I want the I want to have some of the stereo loosening that the initial flutter effect has. But having it literally inside 2-tape implies that it's always going to be for the purpose of emulating a tape, and while I still do not want it to exactly be perfectly mono, I don't think that's accurate. I don't think perfectly mono is accurate, and I think it's important. But some intermediate position is probably going to be the best bet. And again, I don't have another control available for a flutter monoizer control, or even a switch. I can't even have a switch saying, here you have the flutter in stereo, here you have the flutter in mono. I don't even have the available controls for that. I've used up all the controls I'm going to have for something that's going to fit in Airwindows consolidated in the VCV Rack unit. So my hands are tied. I've got to come up with something that'll work across the board. So let's see. So what I have remaining, this is close to being ready to do, except for that now I've got left and right versions of things. And I have to go through every step of the way where I have a delay buffer and replace the left versions with the right versions of things. So it's 4 stages, each of which have 4 comb filters, being 4 little delay buffers. And if I'm able to do the L's and make them be R's correctly every step of the way, I should be able to build this and it'll work. So that's the final bit. This is before I even bring in all pass filters. And that's going to be a whole other story. I'm also fascinated as to what the heck is Bez un in L. I guess it's a simple averaging. Looks very much like that's what it is. And I think that's going to be fine with me. No, I can't look at a magnetic profile of instances in white noise to get an idea of proportions of non-stereo flutter. I guess that would be cool if I could. I can't. Caps lock. What was that? Undo. I have to get my hands in just the right position to be able to do these things, otherwise it'll all go horribly wrong. Which is not I'm not a stranger to having everything go horribly wrong. So often I like to say things like that. It sounds kind of discouraging and it sounds like I'm being really hard on myself. And yet that is so much my experience of all of this that if anybody else is experiencing this kind of thing, I'd like them to feel not alone. I would like other people to understand that if they're dealing with this kind of stuff and it's just like pulling teeth the entire time, that it's not their fault or a sign that they shouldn't be doing it. It's maybe just a sign that they have to deal with this is what the texture of this experience is like. And this might just be the place where the all-pass filters fit. But we'll find out later. And there we are. And for more R's. Whoops. See, if I do it this way, I can't get confused by when out L comes along, and then I have to figure out what that means. Instead, we're neatly just making the other one. Yeah, and I have tape. I have like duct tape. I have clear packing tape. I can look at it all day long, and it won't tell me a damn thing about magnetic profiles of instances. Well, honestly, I am glad, Tropical Banana Man, because that is really a fundamental reason with why I allow myself to go to those, I don't know if I should call it dark places, because it's been much worse over the course of my life, honestly. But more or less just owning these frustrating parts where I'm like, I just hit a button and now everything is backwards and screwed up. What happened and can I hit undo to make it go away again? And you feel like such a bozo. You go like, boop, oh no, what the hell happened there? How can I fix it? And am I just a complete fool? I don't even know where I am anymore. I've gotten confused. I don't know what I'm looking at. You hit undo and boop. And the experience of going through that is a very human experience, because that's the catch. In order to be able to do human grade work rather than like, I don't know, ChatGPT grade work, it throws you into a realm of chaos where you're subject to all of those flaws and failings. And it's not just, oh, I didn't mean to do this, and yet it sounds amazing. Yay, I found a new thing. It's, how do I change all of these L's to R's when I'm actually thinking about how much less bright the high frequencies should be in an acoustic room, which this is not, because it's just an algorithm. And you kind of got to balance out all of those levels, but you have to be able to function on all those levels. Like, there's a thing that I have over here. I'm going to take a moment and show you a thing that I made. We're going to go for a little walk. Hopefully I remember to turn this off again. see. Knocking over my stuff all the meanwhile. So I made these recently, and I'll show you what they do. So up here is a Kurzweil micro piano. It's a Proteus one, this thing here. And it's my Alpha Juno. It's color-coded in green. The Summit, it's like the only good one. ESQ1, it's an Ensoniq. And the Farfisa, which is actually mono, but it's feeding both sides of the input. And I've knocked over my nuts, and so I will put those back. And I probably don't need that light to be on. And yeah, the whole idea around that is being able to think in terms of, here's my little controller keyboard, and I want a sort of stringy sound, or wouldn't it be nice if I was able to put in a very electric little sort of beep boop noise like my Farfisa makes, and then being able to go turn the thing on and go beep boop on the keyboard and immediately move on, rather than now I have to think about how do I plug it in? Is it powered up? Do I have a power strip for this? Is it the same power strip as everything else? Can I patch it into this? If I patched it into that, would I be better off patching it into like the Lavery input or all that kind of stuff? And everything that I do is along the lines of trying to get to a simpler mode where I can kind of work out what I'm doing. That's the heart of all this stuff. And so we have here a very primitive form of making this a true dual mono. And I'm looking for places where I might be missing what I'm doing. For instance, I saw a word up here that ended in L in a spot where it looked like it's supposed to be ending in R, but it turns out that's just because it goes IJKL, so it does have to end in L there. But I looked at that and I got a little confused. And now we're down here doing the same thing there. And being stuck on that level does not feel like being a smart guy. It feels like being really quite incredibly stupid. And yet I can't get around that. Because feeling smart or stupid is based on familiarity. And I don't get the luxury of familiarity if I'm doing anything new. I thrive on familiarity. I love doing the same things over and over, or watching the same TV shows over and over, or whatever. But I don't get the luxury of that when doing actual work. If I mean to do anything new, if I mean to do anything that's actually worth doing, it's always going to be stuck in that realm where I have, and what in earth? What in the love of God am I looking at here? Okay. So now I got to make sense of the feedback matrix. Let's stare at it for a while feeling stupid. Or I can do the feeling stupid. You don't have to feel stupid staring at this if you don't want to. That's my job today. And probably drinking so many cups of coffee that I'm chattering away like mad for hours. That's also perhaps part of my job today. So I know that some of these aren't even going to be a thing. But I also notice that I have them interleaved. What does that mean? It means that feedback H isn't even a thing anymore. It goes A through B through D. But it's going L, R, L, R for both of those. That means we've got some kind of crossfade going on, which is not necessarily what I'm going to want to do. So let's investigate this a little bit. Out MNOP is going to follow basically the same rules as all these other ones. So logically, see at the top of the screen where it says AMR count M equals IJKL? That's the basic purpose behind the householder matrix, and that is how the householder matrix is feeding all of its outputs into all of its inputs again. So I do know that all of this is going to end up, in fact, one thing I can do is delete that for now. We're going to do the left version only, then we're going to do the right version only, and only after that are we going to start worrying about the IIR filters that will make the whole thing be darkened. But also the crossfeed that can make the feedback of this stuff merge together or cross over or something like that. And there's a relevant thing to this, which is in the purpose of making it be stereo, we're not actually going to be making it stereo in the sense that you normally have it. Like stuff that starts in mono is not going to generate a big stereo effect. The problem with stereo in headphones typically is that you hear the stuff only in the one ear and then that's all you ever get. So the blend could well be having stuff converge to mono, or it could be we're going to literally cross over and the feedback will come out of one reverb matrix in the one ear and go immediately into the other reverb matrix in the other ear. There would be some delay involved in that, so that will do a spatiality effect. But if you had full crossover for full left would go immediately to full right, centered things wouldn't be doing that because they would be centered from the word go and would stay the same. Oh, Tropical Banana Man offers a digital rubber duck for debugging purposes. Okay, whack, whack, whack. I whacked the thing with the rubber duck. That's obviously the way that one fixes things, right? So let's see. Firstly, we're using A, B, C, and D, and we're doing only the left side. And we're going to worry about, well, we're not even going to worry, but we're going to consider monoizing things or adjusting the stereo later. Monoizing things might be our best bet. That might be a fine idea. We might just converge to center. But that's going to be when we actually have this working and we have enough of the rest of it up and working that we can even start fooling with headphone use. And part of the thing with the headphone use is that I can't do that on stream as easily because I don't have a dummy head to put a spare set of headphones on to show you what it would be. And I don't have the ability to run the output of this straight through to the stream. If I was doing it on the main computer that's doing the streaming, then I would, but I don't. This is on a retro machine that can only plug into speakers. It makes me wonder whether maybe there would be a way of doing that, but I can't think of one off the top of my head, so not there. So this is following the same pattern as what it says up in the top, just where you can see the R channel of this stuff. See how similar it looks? So we're starting with this. Let's make everything be left. For starters, and then this is going to end up being wildly different because it needs to go MNOP. And in fact, the top one is in fact doing that. So we can start by simply making them all match. It's not going to be what we're going to keep, but it's a start. This is not the pattern we're going to keep. But that's making them all be exactly the same. And then we have to follow the pattern where the householder matrix works in a diagonal. It's the diagonal, the feedback is the diagonal as positive, subtracting the everything else in the matrix. So this is what this looks like. You look at the top, you see it goes IJKR, JIKR, KIJ, well, hang on, IJKL, sorry, JIKL, KIJL, LIJK. So we're doing a little iteration there where each one gets the chance to be the one that is in phase. If I get this wrong, it will fail to work properly. So I'm motivated to be wanting to get it correct. So M, N, O, P there. And the same will apply for the right channel, which we'll need to produce. And then it goes MNOP, NMOP to have one of each, MO, MNP, and then MNO, NOP. And now we have our householder matrix, where for each feedback one that is there, the one that is in phase is a different one each time. And then the ones that are being subtracted, all added together like that, are all the ones that aren't included in the one that's in phase. And that's what the householder matrix feedback network acts like, or pass-through network. And then everything needs to be made into the right channel. So that should have succeeded in making feedback for A through D, which is what we're going to use. And if we do this final bit, it should build and work, maybe, perhaps. Optimistic, wildly optimistic. But what's wrong with being wildly optimistic, I ask you? Stranger things have happened. And let's see now. So this hasn't needed to change. That doesn't need to change. We can have the dry wet be parameter C this time. Has to be capital though. Let's see if it even builds or if we've overlooked something. We've overlooked something. So where are those things happening? Oh, I see. I see where this is. Not sure what that's about. There. So, I don't know what this stuff is, but let's find out what we've got, if anything. Right now, our matrix is purely dual mono. Like purely dual mono. You're not going to hear a damn thing, but I should be able to hear whether it's doing its dual mono thing. Oh, we have a problem. Well, let's see if it builds properly. Are you done building? Let's see whether we have some kind of horrible fatal bug that I didn't anticipate and that I don't know what is happening. Because it's supposed to be able to instantiate if I do this. Okay. We got there. So what have we got? Let's start over. You can't hear this, but I can. I'm going to listen for whether it's really, truly, properly dual mono or not. That feels like a yes to me. So the thing with having a really good true dual mono is that it ties the reverb tail very accurately to the sound that's inside there. Okay, that was a weird effect. There's another mono. And it does indeed sound like it is very strictly right in the center. Cool. So it looks like I have what is the beginnings of getting this to work. Now what we're looking at on the screen right now is something else. And that would be the 5 options I have. I want to change everything I have in there for new ones designed to work in this way. And that's going to involve changing everything. So I wonder whether I can dial it back to having only 5 choices. So there's my 5 choices. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here's the ones I'm going to want to use. Now I've got some choices in terms of how to make this work. Like you can see, and I'm going to need to do this for every single one of these short variables, but I can probably do that, sort of wing it on the fly, as it were. Look at short A. Now, if I was to use this as the longest one will always have the longest delays, I would have the short A being 173. But then when I switch to 94B, short A becomes 192 and it would crash and break and be wrong. So I have to go through and pick whichever one is the largest option, which is probably going to be 177U, but not always. For instance, short F in 94 is larger than short F in 177. So to make these values work, and the first thing I'm going to do is cut it down to 5 choices. But then to make these values work, I have to instantiate it using the longest delay out of every single one, whatever that happens to be. And again, it's probably going to be the last one, but it's not always going to be the last one. Frequently, it seems like it's going to be 94. Short P in 94 is larger than short P in 177. So it must be defined correctly. The initialization of the arrays must be able to accommodate any choice in here that I make. Okay, 0 to 16. With the fence post counting problem, that means there should be 17 choices here. Do I have 17 choices here? Well, here's where I find out. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Huh. So maybe what's happening, there are in fact 16 choices. It seems to, well, I was counting from, do I have an option for 0? Yes, I do. (16) or default would be the same as having 17 choices. Let me count these. I'm trying to figure out whether this is 16 or 17. And it's breaking my brain. I can't figure out whether it's 16 or 17 of them. I'm going to hold off on the more coffee until it's closer to noon. But we're going to go through and count on my fingers, starting from short 96. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So I do have 17 options here. See, it's a 17 separate, distinct ways of setting this up. I'm wanting 5. So let's start by default goes right over the one marked 5. Wait, no. So if there's 17 options, it counts up to 16. So 5, it'll count up to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No more cases. We're going to want to work on the basis of that. Yeah, absolutely. So that's the kind of fix we're in with this kind of nonsense, is working out how to make this kind of thing work. So now we have 0 to 4. There were 17 choices before, but max value is 16. So there's 5 choices, so max value can be 4. There is also a default for in case it falls through. It'll make it always be the maximum one. And let's see. Well, first of all, let's see if that even works. We haven't removed any of the other stuff, but the way we get access to any of this is a little bit convoluted. Right now, I just want to see if we were able to make that be fixed. Oh, hey, it gave me the maximum choice. So 0, 1, 2, or A, B, C, D, E. Okay, but they're all still going to be the ones that I started with. We just only have the teeny ones now. So that part worked. We're going to want to put in the letters, and that'll be done in different ways on the VST and on the audio unit. The audio unit lets you, for instance, actually they probably both will. I am now wondering whether I'm going to have enough room to make a VST where it says Studio A on the side of the slider, because I can do a switch statement causing that slider to be labeled in a certain way, and I don't have to, like the way the VST works, if you have a number, it makes you convert the number into a string with a limited number of spaces. STUDIOA with no more than 7 letters, so I will be able to use the string Studio A as a return for the VST's value of that particular control. Since the audio unit is using an indexed parameter, I can, well, technically what's going to happen in the audio unit for most hosts, or for some hosts, there's a catch, because for instance in Reaper, the audio unit, if you make it do that, it starts giving you the wrong ones. But then if you're in Reaper, I'm going to assume that you should be using the VST anyhow, because the audio unit does not give you 64-bit processing, which Reaper can do. So moot point. But when you choose a indexed parameter thing in an audio unit for many cases and specify like names for menu items, it'll give you a pop-up menu. I feel like maybe I can even demonstrate that. Audio units, Airwindows, early version of channel. Yeah. See, even in this audio unit, if you give it a menu, it lets you pick. And in Reaper, when you get this kind of menu out of an audio unit, it doesn't give you the right number. Whereas if I go to channel 6 in the VST, it'll show me a number, all right. I mean, it'll show me the name. I get to do this with it. But it's not snapping. It's just kind of showing you. These are the details. These are the fussings with plugins that one does. So speaking of fussings, we'd like to put this in. So where do we start? Well, technically we can start by putting it in, but we have to instantiate it properly before we can actually run that. So let's see. Where do we put that in? Here. If I copy and paste that, oh, I'm going to have to edit it though. See where it says const int? I'm going to use BBEdit Text Wrangler to remove the terms const int from all of this, and then I'm just going to copy and paste it and it'll be fine. But we have to start without that. Let's do the starting part first. Because up here, these have to get defined correctly. And I got A through P. These all have to be defined to the number that I have in what I'm using it for, or one larger. And I think I'm probably picking one larger. See how this is 12, but it's probably 11? And this is just stuff I do, right? This is just stuff I do. So we're going to work from A onwards. In fact, I can even scrunch this right down until I can kind of see both. So short A. If I used short A just the way it is, we're defining a reverb thing where the delay thing in there is 350 in length. If the delays I am assigning to it are longer than that, it will break. What options do I have? Also, can I make them be slightly more visible? Because this is being displayed as some kind of magic thing where comments get ruled out, and I don't like that. Can I make this behave? Can we learn how to make this be nicer? Preferences, text colors. Okay, so it's assuming source code. Everything's all pale. I don't know why this is called TW scheme. I suspect that is just something I'm doing. I suspect I came up with this at some point, but I really don't know. Text options in toolbar. Okay, that just added a thing. Text encodings, text files, languages, none there. Okay, so does this give me an option to make it behave itself? Signs point to nope. Okay, so apparently I have no way of making this behave itself. That seems unfortunate. Why? Why you do me like that? What's your problem? Appearance. I can change to custom settings and it just makes everything much more colorful, but I can see it a little better now. TW scheme. I don't know what I was doing there, but I'll live with it. So, pink numbers. We're all about pink numbers today. The pink numbers we're looking for is what's the largest number that sits in short A. Constant K short A defines all of these things. So I got to pick what's the largest one in each category in order to get that to work. 350 is larger than I need. One of the things I'm going to be doing here is working out how I can avoid needing it to be too large. So I don't need that to be 350. I don't need K short B to be 1710. They can be quite a bit smaller than that. What are we doing? Well, M is always 11 because that's my smallest number. It's a prime number. It's the smallest one in my collection of stuff. So also, we're going to want to sort out what is the most likely largest and smallest of these. But that's going to be a whole separate problem. The deciding what the sizes of these buffers is not nearly as big of a problem. 192 is larger than 173. We choose 192 and we add 1. .587 is bigger than anything else. 588. C. 550 is bigger than anything else. 551. D. 324 is bigger than anything else. See what I'm doing? E. 165 is the same size as the next largest one, so we're going to be 166 for E. F, 324, no, 426. Back to G, 312, 312. See, doing this lets us have a very efficient use of the sizes of these buffers. These buffers are not too unmanageable in size. H, 574 is the biggest one. I, 100, yeah. And I'm adding one because I'm making extra space in the buffer. J, 793. Yep, that looks to be the largest one I have. K, 788, same deal. I'm making a little extra space so that I don't run out of space unexpectedly. I usually don't trust these things to do what I want. M is always 11 because that's the one we start with. N, 1008. Well, 987 is close, but 1008. N. O. 64. And P, 42. Nope. P, 543. Interesting. But there it is. And I am just going to stick these here for now. And then we're going to make all of the constant go away like this. Yep. And then we're going to save this. And now we have to replace the things with the things. I'm sorry if that sounded incredibly dumb. We talked about that earlier. Sometimes I'm going to sound incredibly dumb. And we have now let's see. Isn't text triangular funny? It made this be drawn in black instead of blue for no particular reason. Yay! You look at that and go, why did you do the thing? But here's what we're trying to do with this. I have to be damn sure to click the right thing and not accidentally paste the wrong thing on top of the right thing. Have to be damn sure to go copy rather than paste. And now, if all goes well, we will have 5 choices that are the final dual mono choices. Those same rather grating sounding new generations that I have, rather than the ones that were originally in Clearcoat. We should have this working now. So here's the next part. I'm going to sort these by size. It's probably not perfectly by size, because it's going to be different each time. But I'm looking for an algorithm here where they are essentially sorted by size, because I'm going to be wanting to swap these between this and all-pass filter, and I'm going to want to replace these smaller comb filters with all-passes first. Everything also has dumb additional leading spaces. Not anymore, they don't. So, $193. Do I have any 200? Do I have any 300? Yes, I do. I have an even smaller 300. But 385. There's 427. You know, I started out programming in a Performa 575. 544. $789. Alrighty. Looks more and a little bit like those are now in order. If I swap over examples of this, starting with the smallest ones, this is fairly likely to wind up being smaller ones first in all of these options, because the way they generated their parameters was kind of like that. It's a little bit weighted. It's trying to put longer ones in certain places in the matrix and shorter ones in other places in the matrix, and I didn't change that when I made these new ones, so they're all going to be fairly well weighted. So if I want to change like the top 7 or 8 ones, this would be 8. If I wanted to change the top 8 for all pass filters, this is likely to be all the shorter delays of the bunch. If I changed all 16, we'd have all of them. But we'll save that for now, because it's time to see what horrors await us from listening to what we just made. Don't need that there anymore. Because if you remember, I don't know if it's going to do the same thing this time, but if you remember, these sound bad all by themselves. Let's see how bad they sound in the context of Airwindows cans with this many options on full wet. You ready to hear the awfulness? So that's the smallest one. They really sound very similar. I wonder if this is working right. I feel like it should have been. So I did choose them to be as similar as possible. I wanted them all to do this same basic thing. Let's hear whether I can hear any difference in them with no regeneration. We might simply have a failure to work this time. So it's time to find out whether we have a failure to work now that I've made the thing be a thing. So switch clear code, case 0 to 4. Default this. I mean, nothing's breaking. Oh, hi, what's going on here? No, that's the way it's supposed to be. We're supposed to be blanking it if we have a new one. That's what that does. What else have we got? Oh, could this be a sign of trouble? This should really be correct. I have a sign of trouble. I see trouble. Trouble lives right here. So what was that originally? Let's make it be all the maximum settings. Something else is going wrong. We may have just managed to break it in an interesting and unexpected way. Like if these are unreasonable numbers, it might have just made things be broken in a way I didn't expect. So E, 166, so 165. J. See, it's larger than it's allowed to be, and that might be a problem. That might be breaking everything. I really don't know. Wait. No. This one especially, look at that. 3104 when it's supposed to be no bigger than 1009. That smells like trouble. That one would be fine. And again, if this is on the end of the delays and it starts out with this, that might be immediate trouble. I might have just made something that breaks everything. But having done this, should be returning them all to what they're supposed to start at. We're defining things as case short. But there's our startup. Another possibility is to start up as one of the settings. So if I was going to do that, what would that be? If we were going to start up at, say, 60 dB, then these would all correspond to these numbers. And all these numbers would be within the available size. You know what? Let's try it. If, that is, I can do that without ruining everything. Because it doesn't need to be the maximum sizes, it needs to be one of the settings as a startup. Then we will see whether it changes. We're looking for this to change when we need it to change. And we do know that when we first attempted this, it was wildly screwed up. And oh hey, there's our largest value. New version. Okay, let's try that again and see if we have an effect that alters when we pick different options. It's supposed to change when we move this around. Firstly, we'll see if it does anything at all. Then we'll give it some regeneration so that we can hear the sound of the room. Okay. Got there. In fact, this is probably a fine time for me to go and make another cup of coffee, because we have all of these settings now working. This is a much smaller one. No, it is not. So this would be our appropriate level of feedback. I feel like it'd probably use bit shift gain in the same way that I did on, if I'm not mistaken, Clear Coat. because we definitely don't want a huge resonating ambience going on. Also remember this, we have to start coming up with a way of swapping all passes in for some of these. And we need a filter. So if I was to go back up here, that's the studio choice. We'll call it that for now. So those are the kinds of choices we might have available. A, of course, being an option. Pick the one of the 5 available. So let me take a minute to look at a previous choice. I don't know if this does anything. I got a sneaky feeling maybe it don't. Can we still build? We can. Those weren't being used at all. Alrighty, tell you what, time to go make another cup of coffee before it gets too late in the day. And we're going to crank away, might even get a working version of this by the end of the day, because it is not even quite yet noon, but a lot of the things I needed to do with this have actually been done. Let me pick a nicer choice for this time. Or, I don't know, why even pick a nicer choice when the previous one was apparently doing so well in certain ways. Back to null pointer. And back to making a cup of coffee, and I will be back when I have made my cup of coffee and returned. back with my coffee, and we're going to do a thing, or a variety of things, several things. One of them is coming up with the correct number for our feedback. Right now we have regen equaling literal 0. Although actually, So that goes up to a maximum of 0.0625, which is a factor of 2. Let's jump right back into there and listen to what it does if it's literally at full crank. Yeah, so that is literal full crank. 0.0625. So if we use this, we would have infinite sustain. Thing is, I think this is a power of 2. So let's quickly go and look into one of our famous old plugins, the shifting of bits gain. To find our numbers. Zero 0.0625, 0.0625. So that is effectively the same. I say the same, I wonder whether we actually need this averaging factor up here, because we're not going to be... All right, so we're looking at a couple of different things here. I'm trying to decide whether this is causing an averaging in a way that I don't appreciate. But I think that this is actually causing an averaging in a way that I can appreciate. See how it's doing the on-lin... Can you see that? No, you can't. I haven't switched it around properly. There we go. See how it says unin L and samp L? That's causing an averaging that's part of the deres routine. That said, that's probably still correct. We're just putting a higher gain in. That will affect regen. But that's also part of how we stop cream coat from sounding unpleasant. It's all going to still be brighter than we technically need. But at no point do we need the reflections in the virtual room to be too excruciatingly bright. Or do we? now we don't have that filtration. That means it should end up being brighter, and it may end up not having infinite sustain, or this might be infinite sustain. Let's find out. Infinite sustain. It's just scaling the whole volume of everything down here, but we're still doing the infinite sustain. So I agree with that change. That's closer to what I want pre-filtering, because we're going to be doing some additional filtering here. So (0.625) is infinite sustain. This would be regen exactly 6 dB down. It is still the same thing as the infinite sustain is doing no math functions other than just passing stuff through. We're not doing any filtering, we're not doing nothing. This is regen exactly 6 dB down, meaning that we are still doing no math functions, we're still doing nothing. We're just adjusting the exponent. So this has the quality that's also present in MIDI verb or MV, where we're doing various things that don't involve actually multiplying by factors other than a factor of 2. Now, what initially happened when doing this when we do it this way, if this works, I'll hard code that in. We get not enough of a regeneration for it to be a particularly good sounding room, but extreme clarity. And that's probably the correct balance to strike here. So if this works, we're going to have a sound that is a small enclosed studio sound, not darkened in any way, and with a regeneration that allows a certain amount of regeneration, but it's going to be a very, very tight room rather than an infinite sustain. And let's see whether that's true. And let's hear the full wet. that's working out pretty well. In fact, I wonder whether I need to do as much darkening as I thought. I don't want it to sound especially live, and I want it to be able to push lows in a useful way so that I can hear what they're doing. Dry. Biggest verb, smallest verb. Yeah, like I can plainly hear the hat here, but I probably shouldn't be able to. So here's another question. What about bringing those all passes in there? This is starting to act and look right. I'm also wondering whether I need as many controls or whether I can have a damping control that simultaneously does a high passing and also starts bringing in all passes. I don't know whether those need to be the same or different. It is a matter of some concern because the answer matters. I also feel I could be bringing the volume of it up now that I've cut the volume of it back. So first things first. There's our reset. Here's our choices of different sizes of reverb. You are correct, Inhibited. The medium of error does in fact dampen a sound, and that's why I often have filtering things going on in here. So the question becomes, how much filtering do you want? I think we can safely assume, what with the shifting of bits concept, that we can dispose of that variable that can be actual wet control. And that's the thing, we do want the sound to diffract in this potential studio room. So we have this whole chunk of stuff going on. Here's our feedback calculation. That's all basically fine. That's exactly what we're going to do. We can probably do with $60 more gain off of the app. Let's hear what that sounds like. Sailors do the best songs? Fair, okay. You technically don't have to pirate my things because they are free open source things that you do not have to pirate in order to use. I'm not sure what that reference was about. Here. Middle Studio. Biggest one. I'm trying to figure out if I'm running into some kind of problem here. This is bugging me. It's acting like it's not changing, and I can't tell you why. Oh, wait. I bet I know why. I totally bet I know why. I think I'm just only hearing the longest one. I have a major bug to fix. Check this out. I bet I know what's happening. You know how when you use a switch statement, there's a little thing there that's called a break. There's probably a reason it feels to me like I'm not getting a change in here. Although it's nice that I'm getting something that acts kind of useful. I think I'm failing to imply a break. But look at that. So on the previous one, it would have said break at the end of this. So we're about to hear what this really sounds like rather than only hearing the longest one of all of them. That was incredibly dumb. But what are you going to do? Let's make the break be downright visible. Not beak break. See, when you do this, the case statement jumps out of the switch. You have to have this part. This part existed at the end of the long list of short b, short c equals, etc. And I deleted it by mistake. I thought I was just not getting enough of a variation here. Check this out. It's going to sound very different now. Not brack, break. And we'll even include it here, even though we don't really need it. Check this out. This is going to be real different. I thought that wasn't doing what it was supposed to do. That was that would have been real embarrassing to leave in. And it took me, what, 3.5 cups of coffee to get there? Did you understand the mistake that I made? When it doesn't say break, it just keeps going. You jump in at the point where the switch says to jump in, and then it just keeps going. I've used that on purpose on some other situations. There have been situations where I use that technique of it not necessarily jumping out of the case statement intentionally. In fact, I think it's actually MV2, which I'm using it on purpose. But what you're going to hear now is, for the first time, and to some extent, because I'm not sure what it's going to sound like or whether it's going to be any good, now we get to hear all the options. Starting with the biggest one, and a smaller, and then the tiniest one. Okay. And that's the size of what a room probably should be like. Well, now that we have those actually doing something, maybe let's make it have a set of names for itself. Meaning there will be a pop-up menu and then the VST will be doing what the VST does. Neat. That was a really dumb oversight, but we got there. How nice that I managed to finally find the correct answer. In these, we use menus with names of things. And that's what that stuff looks like. And it has 5 options, so we're going to use that. So param name 1 is studio. Call it room, because the names of the actual studios are going to be Studio A, Studio B, etc. Then we use this. I'm going to copy something else too, but first things first. And then we need this. So now we got to convert that over to what we're going to use. And yeah, the idea of clutter, what that essentially means is I need to use some high frequency damping. And I know how I'm going to go about doing it. It's going to be IIR filters. There's going to be input one, an output one, and a regeneration one. So that's 2, 4, like 12 in total, I believe. Or perhaps more. We're going to have a bunch of IIR filters in here. They're all going to run off the same basic cutoff, but they're going to be very effective at stepping on the tizzy highs in here and letting you go to that place where it's like, okay, this sounds like a studio that is cluttered and has some damping in it. And we're also going to do the all-passy thing that I was talking about. That's going to be a whole other kettle of fish. But first things first. I'm pretty sure we're not using those for anything else. even though they are rather small names. So we get to use them for this. And there's our choices. Although I think since we're not in VST form, we can add a space. VST form, I think it's going to keep me to 7 characters. Here we can use 8. So let's see how we're doing. I also wonder whether maybe this is the reason that like, what if we did this? Or is that the way that I get around Reaper misbehaving? I forget. I'm willing to advise that people just use the VST in Reaper anyway, so I'm cool. I have not done the off-pass bit yet, nor is it about the crossfeed. But we'll get there. We'll probably get there. I've got like another, what, 4.5 hours to get to everything. So I feel chances are good that I will end up getting there. So A, B, C, D, and E. Okay, where's my, there it is. And here we find how we set up option A to be a thing. Get parameter value strings. This now needs to have content. There's the content. And the content needs to be the stuff we're actually using. Bada boom. And we, oh, but we don't use param1, do we? We use param A. There we go. Got there. It needed that little change. Then we go down to here. And instead of having min value being 0 to 4, we have Ka to, actually we could use, but we're going to not. Typos. And that is correct again. I bet it only works the way it with the, I bet you have to have the constants. You have to have the constants, you have to have these things defined, otherwise it will use it as a number. And let's see how we read it. Int clear code equals param A. Well, it shouldn't need to do this, but whatever. Let's see whether we've successfully made it be a pop-up, which will not be a pop-up menu literally everywhere, probably, but we'll see whether we were able to make it go. There's our old drum scan. Ta-da! Itty Bitty Studio, default, big. They do sound kind of restricted. But all in all, I think that's actually working okay. I think that's actually working okay. So we're making some progress here. We don't have any crossfeed, we don't have anything. But what we might try to do is we're going to need that for later. We're going to need that for later. Isn't it cute how it's changing the coloring? I didn't ask it to do that, nor do I particularly like it, but oh well. So there's a reason for this. The idea is if the number of the all-passy thing, which we might as well fool with, is larger than this, then the corresponding one gets switched to all-pass. So at 0 you got nothing going on, and then as soon as you have it even cracked open, case short M changes into all pass. Everything else is still comb filter. And the higher you push it, the more of these larger ones get converted to all pass. And we're going to call that like diffusion or something. We can call it diffuse and damping. Diffuse means more all passes. Damping means more filtering. And the rest of that stuff isn't going to be a thing. And default value of param A. Oh, hi, are we reassigning that? Oh, pfft. We defined something that we didn't use. There's our default values. A through D, everything defaults to 0.5. And there's our default for param A. We're going to default it to C. Studio, because we can't go for a Studio A because it's too small. All the rest of this stuff is just sitting around getting in the way, but that's fine. And diffuse and damping are B and C. Ba-da-boom. So now we've got that stuff. We just have to figure out how to make it work and whether the extent to which we want these to be, turn them up for more, turn them up for less, what? Like damping could be turn it down for less highs. Likewise, oh, and also diffuse is going to need to be a factor of 16. So see this? That's going to be a factor of 16 because we're comparing it against the number that we're starting with. In fact, it could easily be we could simply use an int. It doesn't have to be a double. Damping's going to have to be a double. So what I'm staring at is pre-undersampling, post-undersampling. There's a lot to be said for trying to do this filter outside the whole undersampling, but there's something to be said for doing it inside the undersampling. If I do it inside the undersampling, I don't have to scale it according to sample rate, because that'll already be done. And the undersampling does do a nice job of applying a filtering effect. If I do it outside the undersampling, then any qualities that do carry over from the undersampling effect, cream coat as you know it, get filtered off. I wonder whether maybe that would be the best approach. And look at me doing this even though I was just talking about the all passes. I am completely confused and don't know what I'm doing, but that's okay. You can but try. Also, Actually, I've got this wrong. If the all pass thing is literally at 0, then we do nothing. But if it is larger than, oh, oops, oops, oops. Oops, what the hell am I doing? You know what's causing this to be wrong is that I am apparently looking at a non-mono-width font. You can see that it doesn't line up perfectly, so the vertical spacing and the cursor operations are not giving me consistent results. Them's the challenges. And that's presumably because I like looking at a non-monospace font. Onward. He says, not doing anything. So, how do we go about doing this? Don't I have a recent? I bet I have a recent. Well, that's no good. What the heck does that think it's doing? Here's a recent. So when working with this, we have got IIR filters, mid-roller, low cutoff, etc. And as we use our IIR filters, we set them up here. And when we set up our IIR filters for use with a varying sample rate situation, we do this. And that's all I needed to know. I will admit that's also an incredibly dumb thing to need to be reminded of, but what are you going to do? And this isn't going to need any changes, but this is. So diffuse is going to be 0 if param b is 0, but it's going to step upwards as we go, up to larger than 15. If it's 1, it'll be larger than 15, and everything will be all passed. Damping, however, is going to be just scaled by overall scale, meaning that it will kind of always be present at really high sample rates. Like at 96K, it's always going to be 0.5. At 192K, it's always going to be 0.25. But we can test that on alien kittens and see whether it ends up sounding very different. And then having saved it, the next thing that we got to do is set up our parameters so we can do our filtering. So NL and NR, actually we can do all the left ones and then follow up with making them all right. So feedback AL, each of the feedbacks get their own little IR filter. Granted, it's going to be a very quiet, but then that's also going to help it tighten up the, we don't want this to sound like a big old live room. No studio sounds like a big old live room, but we want it to have some presence. And we'll call that out aught. Don't normally do that. In fact, that's silly. Why am I doing that? We can take an extra character. It doesn't take that much space. Ta-da! Now we have to instantiate these. They have to all become 0. And we're just going to make them into little filters. Also, I'm feeling like let's have full brightness be full to the right. Actually, that could be either. What am I even doing? Don't need to do that. Never mind. I am confuzzling myself over and over, but it is 12:44, so we've got about 4 more hours of streaming. And let's see what we can do here. Note that we are still defining these, so that needs to change. Oh, I'm so hungry. Tacos await in a matter of hours. And there we are. So now we have IR variables that we can use. It is scaled. I want to call it like amount or whatever, but I also want it to be an extremely short word. Good enough. frustrating myself with dumbness. And we want to do this to input sample before anything happens. So hang on, it's not done. It's not done. This is the rough template, but one of these IR amounts needs to be 1 minus. So if we want it to be full bright when cranked all the way up on the concept of more equals to the right, then full input sample equals IR amount, and the filtered one whoa up there. Let me get through this. This is the dumbest, most primitive thing ever. So if we were going to do only the IR amount, this would be where we do it. But we don't do it this way. We do it this way. No. There is our little formula for making it be filtered. We need to make it be filtered first, applying it to itself, or having the input come in and totally replace what was previously there. And then we assign the input to it. Well, let's see if it works. I should be able to do this. I've done it so many times before, but with all of the to-tape and stuff, my brain is just fried. We can but try. The nice thing about this is that if I can get it to work right, we can adapt it to all of the places it needs to live. Like this. Here's our output, which has to happen before we hit dry sample. We don't get to do it after that. Have to have a separate variable for this bit, but the rest of it kind of acts the same. Same process for full crank equaling no attenuation. This should do a pretty good job of letting things darken. Let's see how close we came. And then lastly, we've got a whole bunch of these feedback ones, don't we? Oh, for heaven's sake. Well, never mind. So what did we call that again? F. F for feedback A, B, C, and D. And we can't use input sample either. We're going to have to change that too. But if we can get one, we can change the A to B to C to D, etc. And then they will all filter. Although at that point it makes less sense to do the shifting of bits part. But what are you going to do? I suppose it still makes a little bit of sense. Because you do still have to scale it to something, so that will still attenuate. It'll just attenuate even more hardcore when it's actually filtered. B, C, D. A, B, C, D. And this will be capable of choking off the sustain completely, like completely. So that'll be worth a little attention. Probably want to scale it. You'll be able to put so much damping in that it's just like an anechoic chamber. It's just like, whoop, and it's gone. So that'll merit some attention. C, D. And lastly, okay. In theory, that part will work now. Let's find out. Let's find out. We're not using that variable yet. There's our drum sound again. So we've got everything completely cut off now. So that's full bright. Darker. Completely dark. So dark there's nothing. So if we scaled the damping differently, what would we get? I do like the fact that it is going as bright as it's going. So IR amount needs to hover around being a much higher value. and we want it to center on 0.5 as a good neutral setting. I think what that's going to mean is, rather than having it be power factor of see, if we do this, then everything is even darker. We want it to be scaled in such a way that it is the opposite of even darker. So now we have that as two sets of parens. 1 minus, 1 minus. So it's the power of 1 minus that parameter, and then it's 1 minus the end result of that. We are flipping it upside down, applying a power factor, and then flipping it back. That also means we can use a different power factor and increase this number the more we want to exaggerate that effect. We ain't even to the all passes yet, but nor are we even to the let's consolidate the stereo image at all. But the day is young. The day is not young, it's almost 1 in the afternoon. Day is young enough that we'll probably be able to get to it. Actually, no, let's do something brighter. This is a lot brighter. So full brightness. That's pretty live. So that's a different view of what we've been working with this whole time. And I feel like that's getting in the zone. I do wonder whether maybe I want to weight the dry-wet differently. It feels like that's mighty wet. Like, do we really want it to be that intense? If this was the correct setting. Dry. I feel like that's closer. If that is closer, then there's a very direct thing that we can do to make that happen, which is not even counting getting all tricksy with things like, hey, let's do it to the power of the golden ratio. We'll get all wacky that way. Because that would be amusing. But having done these things, we're probably ready to jump into the all-pass scenario. Let's just make sure we've got it set up. Now, if everything is at 0.5 or thereabouts, you do get kind of a sense of it, don't you? What would you get? What would we get if we did that? Who can resist the lure of the meme value? Who can resist the lure of the mimetic value? This works, we'll do the full-on value. Actually, let's start with doing the full-on value. What's not to like about that? It's not like we're doing that at every single sample. Build. So let's see where that sits. What it should be doing is it should be a little more wet and a little more dark. We will find out. Let's see what it did. Ooh, what happens if we have it at our default Studio C? I like it. I like it. I think we'll keep it. I think that ain't bad. I think we stumbled across a accidental meme value that is working out just fine. I'll keep it. However, let's try it on like a raw drum. So this is pretty direct. We should be hearing yeah. Particularly if you like Studio C, I think that works out pretty well. Diffuse time. I wonder what the ideal value for that's going to be. Watch how we end up having it be like the inverse of golden ratio or something. Bear in mind, golden ratio is not trendy for anybody but me. It's my little mean value. Tends to pop up in things. In this case, it seems to have popped up in such a way that that's a pretty darn good balance of stuff. And we're taking these values and raising them to the power of the golden ratio, which is a weird thing to do, but who can say? I'm not even sure what that makes it do. Let's find out. (0.5) to the power of 0339 8874. Close enough. Okay, so it takes... Well, now hang on a second, though. Did I just do that right? Do you remember if I did 0.6 or 1.6, it needs to be 1.6. Well, let's try again. So to the power of 1.618. Okay. So rather than going for the full-on, instead of being 0.5 or being 0.25, which is the power of param d to the power of 2, it's taking it to 0.32, which is just a hair over what that would have been. Fine, fine. Good enough. Hang on. I don't want to click the wrong thing and quit out of the stream. Oh, dear me. Rinsing the last bits of coffee out of the cup. All things considered, though this has been a pretty weird day, I feel it has not been ungratifying. In particular, I'm liking what all this filtering stuff and so on is doing. Hey, Beans Beef. Here's our next step. We need all-pass filters like these. All these have been transformed into all-pass filters without changing them in any way. Ah, and this is why it's doing what it was doing. So where's our differences? So the feedback parameter here is not going to be what I'm going to want to use. I tell you something else. Every time I define one of these, it looks like I'm going to have to do it differently than this. That seems so there's the stuff I'm looking at. This is more or less the things I have to figure out in order to transfer these things into all-pass filters. It's a little hard to read this. What does sustain? Okay, so that's like that. Made much smaller. This is me trying to figure out what the hell any of this is. Oh, look at that. We've got more calculations in here. You know what? We could be interleaving this differently. This doesn't have to be done in the order that it's being done. It'll be a bit of a pain in the butt. In fact, give me a minute. I'm not going to make another cup of coffee, but I'm going to take a breather and a bit of a step away from the keyboard. Here's pentagrammatical this time. So that was pentagrammatical. So the deal with that one is it's a whole bunch of really fast fives. It's an odd time thing. And the kind of tea that I'm in the process of making is that Sleepy Time Throat Tamer. That actually is very old tea. I got it, I don't know how many years ago, at a local place called Mr. G's, where they sell like boxes of expired stuff and whatever. And it's like, well, tea can't actually expire, so what the hell? And so I have these boxes of Sleepy Time Throat Tamer from who knows when. And that is one kind. And yeah, that track was pentagrammatical. Was November 13th, 2020. Performed live on YouTube. Now here's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at figuring out how to make this work. So this would be how we do an all-pass filter in this. Well, actually, maybe I should look at one that doesn't have the feedback condition in it. Here's how we do an all-pass filter without the feedback in it. So you'll note the differences between these two things. They're slightly out of order. These are slightly out of order. We define them in different times. We've got a double out EL. But if we were going to switch back and forth between the comb filter and the all-pass filter version of these, we need to define the double differently. So we need to strip off where these are being applied and get ready to do it a separate and different way. See? It's made a little bit more complicated by the fact that this cloud code is reading the same thing crossways for a more detailed version of. I had been hoping that if I was going to use a dual mono arrangement, it would be giving me amazingly better distributions, and I don't think that's true. I don't think I gained anything by going through the dual monos, but it works for this circumstance. It works for this condition. And of course, this will also function for people using just reverbs. So that's a possibility. But that's not the intention. It's not the essence of it. So I think the first thing we should do here is define all the variables up front rather than defining them in line, because we need to use them in extremely different ways, and they'll get defined in different places. And we can't have this stuff sitting around in an if statement, because then we won't be able to use it. Also, I don't like the look of some of this. I don't like the look of some of this. I don't like the look of it at all. Maybe I had better go and look for some of the other places I've done this in. However, what I'll first do is go and dispose of the tea bag and put a little of my stevia in the herbal tea so that I can drink some of it, and then I can stop thinking about that and grapple with this nonsense. Yeah, man, I don't like the look of this nonsense at all. I'm going to have a quick glance at something else. I want to see whether I had a better way of going about this. I remember in K Cathedral, this has a stage in it that isn't all pass. I feel like it's a little cleaner. Oh, and it is this style of operation. It is using the Bezier reconstruction. So I'm going to try to find where this is done, because we have a whole bunch of other stuff going on that is not my concern right now. See where it says the 11th length delay slot becomes a sole all pass? We need to do that for every single one of these, but inside a if statement. Now, how do we go about doing that? The trouble here becomes, at no point have I ever tried to do one where I could switch them back and forth. There's my problem. My problem is that at no point have I ever tried to do one where I can switch them back and forth. Here's what they look like when you're not. Well, I think I can tell you one thing that has to happen. I think we need to define all of these first. Because see, it's supposed to be 5. Here there's 4. U comes first, and then here the rest. So normally we declare those sort of at the end, and they're the end result of this, and move on to the next stage. But with these, you got to define it right up front. But you could put double UL, VL, WL, etc. up in front of everything else, and then just take the declaration out. Probably going to want to ignore this bit and take this and remove the left-right section of it. Though, well, simplify count as well. I feel like that has to be the answer. I feel like that has to be the answer. That's fairly tidy as well. So if this worked, then that would work. Is it true? It is. We've got warnings, but I don't know what the warnings are. We can find out. Unused variable diffuse. Yep, we're still not using that. So double AL, A and left and right are going to live in the same basic place. If we switch them over to all passes, we're going to switch both of them over to all passes. That means we have to consolidate some of this stuff kind of together. And we also have to do the same thing. Let's So before we see that, that should work too. Same deal here. We're going to do this 4 times because we're trying to set it up so that we can plunk the replaced versions in. So this is going to be a time-consuming, burdensome activity, but hopefully the rewards will be great. That should have that taken care of. And then I think this might be my last one. One can but hope. M N O P. You need to not be defined twice. Some of this is going to look a little bit confused, but there ain't all that much we can do about that. we can but hope that we will get through to something that makes a kind of sense in the final analysis. In particular, feedback needs to be able to pass through whether we're dealing with comb filters or all passes. But in theory, this is our path. This is our path towards being able to, oh, you're looking at the stream of, you know what? I'm sorry. I would never have noticed. Just goes to show you. Let me sit and sip my herbal tea for a second. Sometimes the determination has to be great. Because I really got like nothing going on. So here's the next step. A things connect to A things. Let me make more spaces. B things connect to B things. Yikes. I am sorry. I wanted to be able to do better than that, but I couldn't. C things connect to C things. That might be an odd thing to say, but there's a reason I say it. There is a bit of a time delay. I have already changed it over. D things connect to D things. See, the deal with this is if I drop that all pass chunk in there, I can kind of make a rough template. Although this involves the feedback factor. And I don't know whether that's going to work the same way. And that concerns me. That concerns me a lot, but there's nothing really to be done about it. This is like the input stage. Plus, it's not even like A is the first one that I switch on either, so first one that I switch on is going to be like, I don't know. I can find out. The first one I switch on is going to be M, then O, then I, then E, then A. So we are still groveling through this stuff. And this is what it will end up looking like to run a all pass correctly. Although it's going to give me a better picture of it, if I'm not looking at this mess. Because like not only is this an all pass, but this is an all pass from a 5x5 householder matrix. So it's very likely correct for what it is, but it needs a lot of adaptation. It needs a lot of adaptation before this is the thing it needs to be. But it's a start. I wonder whether the other one's going to be any better. Cloud code, do you make any more sense? Here's cloud code. So here we have a similar problem, but it'll be a similar solution. We have to consolidate these things together because we don't get to use instantiating the variable in the middle of all this. We got to instantiate the variable first and then figure out what we're doing with it. So here's the middle section. And this will follow the same basic requirements, except for it's scrambled up, but then what are you going to do? So I feel like the next stage is to probably do some of that stuff in Text Wrangler in a separate window, because I don't really want to mess with cloud code, which works, and I'm worried I'm going to break everything. However, one thing I can do is go through here and make this part what I need, and then build it and see if it still runs, because what I'm doing shouldn't change a damn thing. This should be completely and totally arbitrary. You can even do it like this. If my dexterity will hold up, that is. You can kind of see what I'm doing. I'm like de-interleaving them. It might even run faster for all I know. Not impossible that this will even run faster than what I was doing. And we're kind of using all the same variables over and over again. In theory, that might make the caching of it work better. But the reason I'm doing it is because I want to swap the entire things out using an if statement. So the first thing I got to do is make it so that I can use an if statement to yank the entire chunk out and replace it with an all-pass chunk. Then I have to go and make the all-pass chunks make sense. And I'll probably have to rewrite like 16 of them. Or maybe not. Maybe not. If I start from cloud code, maybe I don't. But we'll see. So let's see. ER... But yeah, the chunks that you see become the chunks that get swapped out and turned into all-pass chunks. It's like A, B, C, D, and so on, in order according to which ones get swapped out first. And there will be like a little if and a bracket, and then this will all be indented, and then another else in a bracket, and then the all pass version. And everything will have its own little arrangement. Because otherwise it's not doable. I can't make any sense of it otherwise. I can't make it work otherwise. I mean, in theory one could, but it would just be too complicated. Like how I would say no bueno, it would be not okay. But I should be able to de-interleave all of the bits in exactly this way. So everything has to do with J is here. It's asking too much of me as far as my personal dexterity goes, but we're just going to have to ride with that. I can't click properly anymore. And the answer, oh, wrong thing. The answer is I'm exhausted. I am exhausted at this stage. But a lot of that is because this is new work. This is not old work done a different way. A bunch of this is just new enough to me that I feel deeply unfamiliar with it. And so far, I mean, if we get through this bit and that part works, that's a nice thing. If we get through this bit and the reverb still works, it's a nice little jump ahead and will be a layer of complexity that I might have to do over and over again, depending upon how many things need to have this functionality. It's a new functionality that hasn't existed before. This idea of being able to take the whole chunks of the algorithm and turn them into all passes on the fly. If it works, I'm interested to know what it sounds like when you do it. That is, of course, always the hope. That it works and doesn't completely break. The other hope is that I can get this done before the end of the day. This is almost like one of those days when I'm doing the endless. By the way, I've caught up with my meter measurings of vinyl records for the moment. For the moment. There could be more. If I record any more records, I'll want to measure them. But for now, I've caught up. And it took days. And this could be a similar thing where it takes days. And if that's the case, then so be it. This is just the most recent version of Augean stables that take days to clean. And that call upon determination, patience, and the long-suffering patience of my chat. I think you guys like it better when I'm having fun, but I'll point out this is necessary. Of course, there's always the possibility that I try it and it's useless and doesn't sound good at all. I don't know. I don't know whether this is going to be like a great cool feature added to the thing, or whether it's going to be just hot garbage that doesn't serve anybody any use. Ooh. Does this need to live separately from... So feedback. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I gotta do it. I gotta do it. Even if I don't know what to do with this stuff at the end. Because logically, this should be generating this regardless of what this ended up being. So if outPL was the output of a all-pass filter or a comb filter, it should be about the same. It shouldn't matter. We've done our build. We're testing our build. We'll test our build on something different, i.e. Alien Kittens. 96K version. This still doesn't do anything. But we're going to want it to be ideal at 0.5. So we'll park it there for now. So we're hanging in there. It's working. That is indeed the correct sound, although I will note that I still do not have a control for what to do with stereo content. So we're missing a trick here. We're going to need another control, aren't we? No, I think we normally call that like crossfeed or something. However, I feel maybe like one thing at a time, and that I would like to do the all-pass thing, although I have not even begun to think about the crossfeed thing and whether we need to swap channels for like a more heightened stereo effect, which may or may not even work. Whether we want to simply mono the channels. Granted that since we're not producing artificial stereo, mono stuff is going to be sitting in completely mono regardless. Some of this is only going to be useful when I actually have headphones available. And maximum crossfeed could end up with the feedback thing being completely reversed, so that left goes into right and right goes into left completely and totally, or some variation thereof. What we're looking at right now is no effort taken to do anything about stereo at all, because we're all on completely different wavelengths at the moment. Speaking of which, let's jump into the next problem. Let's open Cloud Code and copy the chunk we need to care about to another file so that I can edit it. Here's everything that lives within Cycle. Inclusive. Here's a nice clean text file. And here's how this stuff gets sorted out. Not doing this part or that part or that part. But this part. So I have to stretch this window out in order to be able to see all the beds. There we go. Let's maybe also indent it. Thank you. There we go. Also, we don't need any instances of double, do we? No, we don't. Every single time, that was already taken care of. Although I don't know why I had 32 instead of 16. That's a little bit worrying. Maybe it's just because they are right and left. So, are we working from input sample? I don't know if we are. One thing at a time, I guess. No, we're not working from input sample at all, are we? No, we're not. We're not. First things first, let's do the same thing we did the first time. But let's do this first. You can probably see what I'm doing. This is from a crossways reverb. This is from a reverb that is not dual mono. This is from a reverb where the stereo field is meant to not line up quite the same way if you have a centered sound. The little echoes are supposed to be dispersed more randomly than that. And that's not what we're doing here. So now we've got only the left channel. I feel like maybe just getting to the end of one of these will suffice. And then I can just kind of duplicate it a gajillion times. Sebastian, that is going to be a no. That is going to be a I'm not willing to do that, and I don't want Bacon Paul to do it either. He got offered that suggestion and was like, I don't know if I want to sign up for all that. And I was like, dude, I don't want it to be that, so please don't. And he was like, oh, good, thank goodness. And there you go. So let me start doing these. These are all passes, except for that some of this is going to be screwed up, so I have to see whether it's different each time. And hopefully that will give me something looking like what I actually will need. I don't know. I do, however, know that if this was a working reverb and I do this to it, it'll do the same thing that I just did with the other one, where this will work. Just putting things in different order doesn't stop them from working when they're not dependent upon the order. So we don't have to have it in the order that's given. We can have it in this order instead. And that's kind of the secret to doing an all-pass filter version of this. This will resemble what the end result is supposed to be, a little bit more than the previous one. It'll be interesting to see whether any of this is shared across different ones. I'm pretty sure my number incrementing is going to be different each time. But I don't know whether there are shared common code sections on the edges that I could leave out. But we're going to find out. With a little patience and determination and a lot of clicking and dragging, as that's how we're doing this. So we have kind of a fancy calculation here that lets us access one more than count. That's going to need to be updated. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. I was doing good enough with what I was doing. I'm not sure why there would be a Cardinal VST module if you use VCV Pro. I don't understand. What's time looking like? Oh, it's only a little bit past 2. It's very possible I'll get through the end of all of this nonsense by the end of the day. Judging by how slow it's going and what it feels like to go, I think it is not impossible that I'll get through this. It's like I'm doing all of the hard parts, only to end up with the end result. The direction this is going is like all of this seemingly pointless bibble of fussing with all of this stuff and all these things that I have to do in order to make it do anything. But if it works, I may be able to just go, okay, copy, paste, done. And that would be neat. I don't know how practical it is. I'm not sure that that's actually going to work, but it would be neat. Cardinal is a bootleg VCV Rack. Now, granted, it's weird that you'd have a bootleg open source project, but you do. So I still don't know what the answer is. I do know what Cardinal is, though. Oh, hey, look, the end of the thing. Boop. 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 And boop. So, hey, you know what we need to do? We need to remove everything that says count something and make it be simplified. What if I just did this? You can do this with grep. I don't know how. So we're not going to. This will get there. And it's a little bit faster than just doing them one at a time. I will sit off camera for this part because I'm tired. Grab would do this. Grab would have done this. It would have taken me longer to figure out how to do it that way than it is to just grind through it like the fool I am. Because remember, we're not using left and right versions of count anymore. And that was it. And so there has to be a change L to R for all of these. Hey, Igor. Twin Peaks o'clock. Fair. That sounds like an o'clock, all right. So let's see, let's skip over to E. Because we know this is using a similar behavior to inside cans. So E AL is BLCLDL. So this is all a pretty weird way of going about things, but it appears to be the way. Definitely looks a little tricky, but it appears to be the way. So what do we need to do in order to make it be left and right like the version in the current cans is? Well, we need to dupe all this stuff and right now I'm looking at this ABCD section. So this stuff I have to make work with feedback, although this adding feedback in is not how it should go. We are not doing sustain times fab sine feedback AL. That is not going to be a thing. That lived in Cloud Code and was a weird choice already. What we have there instead is the equivalent of AL count A plus equals feedback AL, starting with just assign the sample directly. So the first thing we can do is start this by going, we don't ever want to see input sample L here. We want to see this. I don't know why it's in a parentheses, but it is. It doesn't need to be in a parentheses all by itself, does it? No harm done, though. That's not hurting anything. So it needs that. And it is subtracting this, and the point of the all-pass filter is that you keep using the scaling things by 0.618 to do a proper all-pass. So I substitute the golden ratio because that's effectively what it is. Other versions, like in MV, are multiplying by 0.5. In this case, I'm doing a full-on high-performance all-pass. The version of all passes in like the original MIDI verb is not a optimal all pass, but it's an all pass that does the golden ratio, the shifting of bits calculation. So what that also means is we know what this becomes. It becomes that. So that's pretty relevant. And a lot simpler. Now, we don't have the right version of things, but now what we have is we're assigning them correctly. with the variables that are actually in the code we're using. And we're getting closer and closer to being able to swap this in and be able to directly use it. It's a lot simpler when we start off because, well, hang on. No, it's not really as simple as I'd hoped, but that's okay. And we could make this just an extremely long length of text with maybe a few more bits of parentheses. But that's essentially the guts of it. And then once we get to out EL, look at that. EL is AL plus B, C, and D. That's the same as this. And then we subtract this part and then compensate for whether we are overshooting, and then multiply by 0.618 and or the golden ratio. Count is the same either time. The rest of this stuff is still all fine. So in theory, we're fairly close to doing this all out long form. In batches of 4 like this. Because you can plainly see that in each of these, we've got stuff that happens before count AA plus. Count AA plus is exactly the same each time. So we're going to be able to copy and paste that directly. And then we have left and right versions of each of these things. So effectively what happens is we copy each of these lines over and change all the L's to R's. If you think that sounds cumbersome, you would be right. But it should work. So that might be what we're looking at. I can see one way of simplifying it very slightly, though. So we've got that. That adds the feedback. And then there is no feedback in the following one so that they end up looking the same. Or let's go for consistency. Sure, it might be cumbersome. But it'll work. And we could even bring in some handy parentheses and simplify this. If this sits in parentheses, oh, hang on there, Sparky. This is now the same formulation as that. It's just that rather than starting with Bez sample L, we have to do this weird complicated thing because it's an all-pass filter. But that said, we're still adding feedback the same way. And we can find out whether it works or not, but now it's the same basic formulation as before. We just have one extra thing to do there, whereas in the comb filters, we're just assigning increment and count A and then setting the output. With this one, we're assigning and then scaling increment and count A and setting the output. And it's the same for each one every step of the way. So the next stages look like this. Now I might surprise myself by being able to do some of this fairly quickly. Or I might not be surprised at all that it'll wind up being a giant pain. Stranger things have happened than having this kind of nonsense end up being a giant pain. There's the one that cannot be automated because I need some of the L's to stay where they are. But there's a bunch of these. It would be so nice to be able to do like non-contiguous selections. I doubt Text Wrangler allows that. Even if it did allow it, I'm not sure I would trust it. That would be like, oh, that's too easy. So that's now starting to look like the bits I'm going to need to use. I wonder if I can do a Sadly, I doubt I can do a find and replace. Quite this simple. Although I wonder how far this will take me if we start up here. And then we start just clicking through stuff. Like, how about when I go get those up, back up. So that might be a tactic. It looks like as long as I haven't gotten to the L section, we can click on buttons to go through all of these and either skip them or replace them. It looks like I have just made the right and left sections of out A correctly done. Let's peer under here. Yeah, up to and including using feedback. So let's see how much farther we can go with this. And it might just take longer when I get to the L, but I might still be able to follow the same technique. So first left, get to the R version and start hitting replace. Having replaced the final, keep that one. Replace that one. Now we have B taken care of. Okay. L's, not to be messed with. R's. See, it's going to be messy when I get to the literal L section of this routine, but it should still be doable. It'll just be fussier. Boom. Slightly different code, same scenario. Slightly different count of things. See, I do have to get all of this done perfectly, though, because if anything goes screwed up, everything blows up. So it's a little stressful. But in theory, this should be doing what it's supposed to do, i.e., use the left and right channels and calculate them out correctly, up to the point when I get to the L section where it's going to become real complicated. But probably still doable. So, next. Okay. Let's skip through some more. R. Leave those, change these. Got there. If I counted these out perfectly, I would be able to race through at great speed, just counting the clicks and going better, 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 better. But then if I screwed it up, I would be lost beyond all imagining. So that seems bad. Did I miss? Okay, now things get interesting. We have got L's to click on or not to click on. So it's going to take extra long. R. R. Skip over all the count L's and short L's. LR. Okay, I didn't have any straight count L's. LR. LR. Not there. LR. LR. That's probably the trickiest section. Oh, no, I lied. Everything from this point on becomes tricky because I got to contend with out LR and out LL now. So yay! Well, but there's only 4 more to do, so and bits of it at least are a little simpler. So romp through this stuff to R. IR, JR, KR, LR. Come on, you. You know how to do this. Boom. And then again with MR. Then again with MR. Each time. Good. Okay. Same here. And R was JR, I, K, and not RR, but LR. Okay, lovely, lovely. Getting on towards the end of this nonsense. Bit by bit. OR. KR, IR, JR, but not RR, LR. Then, last one, PR. Here we go. Not LL, but LR, nor RR. Thank you. Okay, P again, and again. And 1, 2. Hey, we got there. That might have looked pretty ridiculous, but honestly, that went way quicker than I would have hoped. That was extraordinary. So if all works, heavy sigh. Diffuse A. And here's where we're going to be pasting stuff in. But the first thing we're going to do is dupe this slightly more elegantly than that. So we can do a whole chunk of everything. Like that. Oh, hello. Okay, that just made me mad. No matter. Oh, and we need that. We still got that loaded up? Sure do. Let's do it this way now. It's going to look a little weird for a while, but this is all about trying to do the thing in a quick and graceful way. And we're probably going to have to automatically reflow everything, because this is a nightmare. But but it might just be a nightmare that gets me a head start on some of this nonsense. So this might be a thing. I wonder whether I can just build this and have it like shut itself off and turn itself back on. Does it build? Has a whole bunch of warnings. What are these warnings? Those are the warnings. Ooh. Also, that's something of a concern. We do have to initialize those. I'd better not try to run this just all by itself, because you know what? We're initializing variables, and if we don't run the routines that are spelled out here, we will be using those variables as things. So it could end up with a nasty mistake. We're not going to go there. Here's what we're going to do instead. Like that. Let's just see whether this actually just works straight out of the box. Wouldn't that be exciting? Did all the hard work ahead of time. It even indents it properly, but that's because we're pasting it in. And it knows what its environment is. Its environment is inside these braces. So it just goes to the right place. And if we do this, and no matter what it does, it will do something to these. At no point do we actually use those things on initialize. There always is something happening. First thing you hit is either, out of L equals this or out of L equals that. Here's outGL. Lives inside the else statement. It's going to be one or the other, so there's always going to be an outGL equals no matter where we go. H. I. J. Here's the tricky one, or one of the tricky ones. L. We're going to continue to get these warnings. I'm not sure how I'm going to go about shutting them down because it's always within an if statement. I don't think this version is smart enough to figure that stuff out. And now let's just format, reindent. Ooh, be nicer if I selected anything. That's boop, up to here, right up through the top. And now we reindent. There, see? And now we're going to build and see if it's still upset. Oh, hi, no warnings this time? Clever. Girl, look at that. It figured it out. It figured out that if the if statement assigns it, else also assigns it, it knows that it's being assigned. Good, baby. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't it clever? Build that. This is now a blank page. This is now our next interesting thing to do. And we need to see whether this all broke or whether it still works. So if this works, this will still make a sound. And then if it does the all passes correctly, we will get a completely different sound, but still a sound when we push it this way. Comb, all pass. Comb, all pass. Bigger one. Comb, all pass. Tiny. We'll make it bright. Lovely. Worked first time. Okay, those are the moments that you can get a kick out of. I am happy about that part. But we can go beyond that fairly quickly because we did all the hard parts ahead of time. I say all the hard parts. There's still the stereo stuff I need to do. But that's going to be part of feedback. And we're going to figure that out. We're going to figure that out in all due time. For now, we're going to look up each of these and assign the relevant numbers to them. So A, if it is larger than 4, then we turn on the all pass. 4. In fact, let's scooch this over a little bit so we can see easier. B, where's B? Larger than 12. See, if it's less than 12, we do the non-all pass. C, we'll see larger than 10. D, 6. E, 3. See where this is going. Now they all have different engage. F. Where's F? F larger than 8, which it already is. Cool. That didn't take much time at all. G. Where's G? 5. They're all switching over at different amounts, but the smaller ones are switching over first. 5G. H. Where's H? 11. Everyone gets a different number rather than them all being 8. We should have a lovely little way of manipulating this now. It'll be a nice little sound. I. Where's I? 2. J. 14. L. K. Not L. K. 13. L. 7. M. 0. So if it is literally 0, then this never happens. But almost any setting is not literal 0. N. 15. Highest one. And 0, O, not 0, O, 1. And P, 9. And now when we run it, we do, let's see, goes like this. We're in Studio C. So, if we wanted it to be just a little less diffuse, can we use the same techniques that we did before? i.e., here's our diffuse section. Wait, do I need all those parens? I doubt it. Because that's going to make it smaller, and I don't think we need quite as much. We don't need a full 0.5. We don't need that many of them being all passes, but we need some of them being all passes. And let's see where this takes us. sort of continuing the mimetic capabilities. Also, what was that number anyway? Oh wait, I'll find out. Give me a second. Always dangerous to switch to this because then I forget to switch back. So oh, come on. Be where I can see you. You'd think I'd have memorized it by now. 9887. Times 16. We're running about 5 all passes. So that seems about right. That seems legit. Not too many, not too few. Sounds a little bit like this. Wait, what am I doing? So default settings go between this That feels about right. It feels like it's sitting back just a hair without significantly changing. But I bet on headphones it acts a little different than that. I think we have a good result. One more thing. Well, I say one more thing. There's way more than one more thing, but nice. Nice. This is coming together. The remaining thing that needs to be done is the stereo thing. But I got to take a moment because I drank so much damn coffee that I have to run to the bathroom again. Sorry about that, folks. So what we're going to do is throw on some other kind of weird thing. And and I'll be right back, and we're going to do the stereo side of the plugin and maybe get right through to having it be functional. Although you're not getting it next week. To tape 7 is next week. And we might even fool with that a little bit as well. But for now, This. Back to making stuff happen. So we need a stereo crossfade. We need maybe some of that happening. And the most natural way for that to happen D to E. Is to manipulate the extremely quick regeneration we've got going on in here. So probably full crossfade should mean that we are doing literally 100% crossfade. Half crossfade should be making everything monoized, I think. And no crossfade keeps things as dual mono. So let's see, B, C, D, E. Let's strip out all these other ones. I think we're done. I don't think we have any more controls to add. E is the final one. So we need to load up D, and we shouldn't need to generate any more things here. So let's play with this just a little bit more. So 1 minus pow, 1 minus get parameter param c. That's going to cause it to be a little bit more than 0.5. I'm assuming we're probably going to want a little bit more than just mono. We're going to want extra delayed energy going to the far ear. And that's probably going to be the correct vibe out of it. We can try this with a number of things. And centered sounds, of course, are not going to be stereoized in any way. But the hope is that the sense of the room with hard stereo content can be both integrated a little bit and also given a subtle and not too exaggerated sense of spatiality by delayed stuff hitting the far ear a little bit later. It'll scatter it a little, and we'll see what we get. So we've got param D for crossfade. That ought to do. I think it's hilarious that we're using this for the power functions, but it seems to be working, so we'll run with it. Now here's how we go about doing this. All these are going to be separate. And I'm going to want to rename these. So honestly, let's just go start by duping it. Because we know we want to assign this, but we also want to make something else. So we're going to steer the outputs to where we want them to be. And that means we need these to be sources. And then they get fed to feedback AL and AR and so on based on what they are doing. So essentially, let's assume that we're using a wet-dry type of scenario. So this, we get to delete all of this. This doesn't matter anymore. So that's the basic idea. But we're not going to use wet. Instead, we have crossfade. And this is going to go from 0 to 1. So 1 minus that is the converse of it. And so the way it is if it is 0, 1 minus 0 equals 0. The power of anything continues to be 0. Bear with me. Yeah, the way we work this, if we have it at 0, crossfade will be 0. So there's a start. We'll copy that, zoom down here to where we're applying these things. So if crossfade is 0, then actually I've got this backwards. Feedback AL equals stir AL times 1 minus nothing. And the right gets nothing. And that's how we do that. So feedback AL would have been just the left channel. And if we have crossfade doing this, then it's fully the left channel. If crossfade is fully cranked, we're getting only the right channel and none of the left channel. And we're reversing the polarity of the neutron flow. So no actual neutron flow is involved. Don't mind me. It's been a long day. So the next thing we do is include this in every case. But here we reverse them. And in this way, we will manipulate how it goes. And then we have to edit all of these so that they're not just A. They need to be B, C, and D. That ought to do it. I think that might just do it. I can't show you very well because you're on a mono microphone. But nothing's stopping me from trying it and finding out what it does. So that's exactly what's going to happen. Oh no, now what's going on? Oh, I forgot to do a bunch of stuff. Let me go and fix that. Ooh, we left a bunch of things out. I deleted some stuff and I didn't clean up after myself. Let's go and attend to that, shall we? So close and yet so far. Thought I was so clever. Not only that, because there are this many errors, it's going to take forever to do this. But it will eventually get there. It kind of sits there trying to delete for a while. I wonder if I can clear the warnings. Too many warnings. There it goes. Don't see a good way to clean warnings. Well. So that part will be fine. Now I just got to clean these. It'll be a little faster than last time. Well, not actually being all that much faster. It's a very old little computer. The fact that it can run these plugins is very nice, but it's definitely an old little computer. So when we generate this many warnings, it's going to take a while to figure out what it's doing. There it goes. this time it was fine. We are probably right there. And now we're going to open short for echo because it begins with hard left and hard right drum things. And I'm going to just sort of sit my head between the speakers, pretend I'm wearing headphones. And see what that feels like at our most basic of settings. I'm not going to say that's impossible. I feel like maybe that's about acceptable. Having it set like this is fairly... it's not doing anything really wild. That said, I feel a little bit of spaciousness that no longer feels quite as hard panned to the speaker, which it's not supposed to seem hard panned to the speaker anymore. That's what the crossfade thing is supposed to do. Let's see how it feels again. What if we do a hard crossfade? I feel like it's a bit of a subtle effect, and that's fine. No big problem. I just feel like it's a bit of a subtle effect. Yeah, it's definitely spreading a little. Compare it to bypass. I feel like one thing I can tell about this I think it's doing a really subtle job of what it's supposed to be doing. Like, in no way is it really trying to... There's not that much sustain in there to have it be doing lots of it. But even though it's kept real subtle, I feel like it's localizing things a little bit. I would have to listen in headphones, and that's not unthinkable. Give me a second. I might not be able to set you up with headphones at this very instant, but I can. Set myself up with my video making headphones and see how this rolls. Just got to turn off the speakers before I blow them up with too much volume, and you won't be able to hear it anymore. It's sounding a little weird to me. That said, I feel this may be usable. There's more of a centering effect. I'm going to take a minute as long as I'm doing this and bring up something familiar, Discord for instance, and we'll get back to you being able to hear something. Maybe I'll keep a running commentary going as long as I'm doing this. So I'm familiar enough with this, and we've got it on the centralist of central settings. So Studio C is fairly large sounding. So one interesting thing about firing up the old headphones, which is what this is designed for, is that I have a much stronger sense of the room. And the room feels liver than it feels hearing it over the speakers, which is a very interesting observation. We're probably going in a useful direction with this. You get a feeling of like the bigness of the space and the way that the sound fills it up, which seems to me, and I'm going to want to check it on things like favorite albums that I'm very familiar with, seems to me like it's the extension of anything I was trying to do in the previous monitoring versions of these things. Like, I can dial it in such a way where it's supposed to be filling the room and being kind of big and resonant and stuff. And it seems to be giving that sense. Now, which one works best and what the tunings of them are best is another good question. I feel like what I've got it on for the 0.5s is not unreasonable. Although it's possible that I could lean it in various directions. But what was happening seemed... It's like being in a lively room. And the most interesting thing I was trying to hear happening was whether I could get a sense of the lows. And like in this particular track, I know that the kick gets large. Like the... I was looking for that low kick drum to happen in a way where I could register it properly, where it seemed to sort of rumble and be big. And I'm feeling like, especially as I went to larger rooms, I was getting a bit of a sense of that, but it's going to be a lot more experimentation to really sort that out. Bearing in mind, however, experimentation can also constitute setting these settings to the ideal setting. Like what I've got it on regarding the all these 0.5s across the board, I think that's workable. I think that's in the zone where I'd be able to make that happen. It might be a little liver than I was anticipating. But then the rooms might be larger than I was anticipating. And it didn't sound as if the rooms were like upfront digital fakery or anything. It felt like that was coming together reasonably well. Yeah. We might have a working something. We might have a working something right here. Don't need cloud coat. We'll build one more version of this. Don't need that open. And you may ask yourself, what else might Chris be trying to do today? Well, let's look in here and see if we can do anything. So here we have our flutter. So if sweep r is larger than pi times 2, it gets zeroed, and then max x becomes 0.24 plus that times 0.74. So what happens if each of those try to converge? What happens if we go a little farther than just that? Because we can do another FPDL. So the thing is, if I can come up with a way to do this, I can do this for all the versions and just run another edition of it. Each time we hit a new one, we can reference this. And we can reference next max L and next max R. Now, we don't necessarily know what the desired result will be. But I'll show you something I can do. Here's where some extra code would go. The question is, what's this going to do? So flood frequency, that's a significant point. Sweep gets neutralized. Flood frequency is going to be a small number, I think. Yeah. O2 times param e to the power of 3 divided by overall scale, becoming even smaller. So that could be an 001 or something even tinier. It could be a little tiny number. So what we would be doing to make them try to converge would be referencing whether sweep R and next max R and L are similar to each other. Because the thing is, if they are very much out of phase, then max L and max R need to be quite different. But if they're essentially matched, then max L and max R should be the same, or more likely to be the same. Now, this routine doesn't run all the time. So Here's where this stuff lives. So we're not doing anything with it just yet, but hang on. Where are you? There you are. But there's our very primitive and simple pseudo-random technique. And there it is running one extra time just after being used. So if we do this, these are the variations. And if we can come up with a math function to determine how this works, we can just run the one extra randomization. And then take to the two options and pick one of them depending upon which one gets us more converged or less converged. So there's the trick right there. You just do one extra instance. There. So something like that. We'll do the same thing here, because they don't need to live outside this area. And now we have exactly the same thing as before. Yeah, pretty happy with my Sennheisers, but fair. So here's the deal. Oh, I made a mistake. Can we do a logic function that will tell us which of these converges us closer to having the flutters align? If we can do a logic function that does that, then these will track. If we get the logic function wrong, it either won't do anything or it'll make them be out of phase. And it'll be fairly easy to work out too, whether we've got it or not. So sweep L and flood A and flood B. Sweep L goes all the way to 3.14. If it hits 3.14, then so I get back again. Sweep L plus next max gets us to something. So, and we have access to sweep L, flood A, and flood B, and next max. So if we're recalculating next max L, also give me a second, I need to get some stuff defrosting because it is 4. Okay. I'm back. Let's see. So we have 2 different options that are to become next max L and or next max R. So what we're looking at is another if statement. And it'll look and act kind of like this, although I can tighten that up just a little bit. The question is, what lives in this if statement? And the answer is also we can make more space for it by doing this. Then I have room. So if something plus flit, oh, I know. So what are we trying to do? Sweep L is going to become next to 0. Sweep R could be anything. So let's start referencing some of these things. So if we do that, we always choose the one that is smaller. That's not what we're going to want, though. However, make a little more space, maybe tighten these up. And we can also clone this over here. There, see, now they match. So let's assume we want it to be smaller. If sweep L plus flut A minus sweep R, or next max R, or if sweep L plus flut A minus sweep R plus next max R. And absolute value of those two things. Because we want to be able to make them the same, or to be able to choose which is closer to the same. Sweep L plus flut A should be the same as next max R plus flut A. Because if next max R is a low number, they're both resetting at about the same time. And so you want to pick the same variations. And that might be enough to get us there. There's also this doesn't happen very often, so we can certainly run a sign on it. And that's how it's actually being done, is running a sign on it. We're applying it through running a sign on it, I think. Surely this is how that's going. Yeah, offset is flut depth times sine sweep L, or sine sweep R. So we should be able to take into account both the positions of these things and how far apart they are from each other. So we do that, and we do this. And then we subtract not sweep. plus next max. That might be it. Because we got to do the sign calculation, because that's how it's being applied, and that's going to get us closer. And it's taking the max into account or not. If I want to be fussy, I'll add some more parentheses. Although I think logic functions will take precedence over everything else, but just in case I'm not completely sure. And so A less, if this plus A minus the other thing, they should match. If they match, it will be next to nothing. It'll be 0. And if they are not matched, if they are not the same, it will be larger. Or if this is larger and then this one was less, then that will match. And so we get to choose. Based on this. So now we're going to take this and we're going to reverse the meaning. If this works, it'll be awesome. It'll be a great way to end the day. I'm making a mess of that, though. So sweep R is the next one to calculate. So it needs to be sweep R plus float A or float B, and sweep L and next max L. You know what? That looks so skanky anyway that let's not have it. Alrighty. Let's see what we got. First, let's see if it works. If it builds. Oh, got to build twice. We got to build twice because we don't have it ready to go. Second time round. Second time's the charm. Now let's see what kind of examples we can use. I think high sign is the one where it's like a real high-pitched note. It's easy to hear what it's doing. And if we do 2 tape 7, all that stuff is fine. And you know what? I have a way of testing that. If I can click. Come on, you. Give me the thing. So there's to tape. And then I have something which will do correlation meter. So if these two notes are correlated, it'll be a plus. And when it's minus, that means they're out of phase. So if my new algorithm works, the correlation meter will show me that everything is very strongly correlated. See, it started out correlated, and then it's all over the map. So do we have an improvement? What do we got? I don't know. Correlation meter is supposed to be hanging around 1. It does seem to be a little more. So what if we have it at a natural setting? Okay. So if you got it at a reasonable setting, it stays pretty frickin' correlated. That's not so wrong. We're certainly not supposed to be able to throw it off. What if we keep pushing it? I'm doing a much slower speed now. Well, it's possible to throw it right off. I do feel like the previous version favored uncorrelated. once you had enough flutter going. I feel like this is leaning in the direction of... What I'm wondering is, can I do better? Because, I mean, if it's fluttering and it's fluttering exactly the same in both channels, then it will stay correlated. We just happen to be picking a high enough frequency where it's really willing to throw itself off. So we'll quit out of there. Here's the code we're looking at. We are doing our options for flutter like there. There's our calculation. What if we don't include next max? What if we just sine sweep plus flood A minus sine without consideration for next max? Because the point is to get it into a zone where it's forcing itself to be correlated. What if that wasn't actually part of the scenario? We can but try. So now we're doing sine sweep, which we shouldn't need to do that, should we? Because sweep will have just had that subtracted, so it will go down to like next to nothing. So we don't need to use that part at all. Maybe we don't even need to do the sine. Because each time we are in fact calculating it out. So how about no? How about we don't calculate that either. One fewer sine. And we pick whichever one gets us closer to sweep of the opposite side. And that's just how that rolls. There. So now we are doing whichever flutter we choose minus sine the opposite side's sweep, whatever that happens to be. And we're going to pick whichever gets closer. And then we assign which one it's going to be based on what that did, which is a more efficient calculation by a factor of one sine and a couple of math operations. Let's see what we got. Thursday could mean yet another round of to-tape compiling. If this works. Test flutter. Off we go. So if we have a whole bunch of rapid flutter, we're not very correlated. And then if we have very little flutter, it stays pretty darn correlated. I feel like we're trying to be correlated fairly often, but I'm not sure how well it's working. That said, Since we're looking for correlated, reasonable amounts of flutter seem to be giving me what I'm looking for. But then it already did. That's the thing. So if I can, I'm going to find a way where it's going to really struggle to be correlated. So now we've got a low speed. How often does it hang out being correlated compared to being very uncorrelated? That pop is it wrapping around. And remember, it's just a randomness. That's all it is. So the question is, does it try to hang out in a correlated state or not? So that's probably too fast for it to do it. Although it's probably trying. And here we have way too slow for it to do it. And then if we push it to really extreme amounts, is it gonna try to be correlated? Because this is the hardest possible test for it. And I tell you why. The amount of offset it's producing is way beyond the actual frequency involved. So it's really hard for it to get to a zone where it's actually synced up. Whereas at a much higher flutter speed or a smaller amount of flutter, it's going to stay pretty correlated for the most part. Golden ratio flutter. That honestly kind of has the feel of a single tape that's doing a single flutter, except for not quite. Because it's not. So since we can do that, what does that sound like on music of some kind? Let's try this piece of music. Correlation's honestly hanging in there pretty good. What else can I play? See whether that works. I don't think that'll do anything without being in stereo, though. What else have we got? Oh, let's Discord. So that's real fluttery. How about a bass guitar noise? And this is actually not a correlated sound at all. So it shouldn't necessarily be good and centered. I think we might have got there. I feel like there could be further experiments, like flut A minus sine sweep R. Oh, I forgot a thing. I feel like I forgot a thing. So this only measures if it is off by one direction. However, I need to use a absolute value thing to make sure that the departures have to be coming from the same direction. So I have to do that. That has to happen. And same for here. There. Now let's try it. That might be a significant help. That might be a significant help. Let's see how it does. High sign. Effect stack. Test flutter. So we've got it absolutely maxed out. Is it spending more time correlated than uncorrelated? Maybe. I feel like that's looking like it's trying to stay correlated. Look, here's the 0. Here's where it's hanging out. It's trying to match. It's asking too much of it, but it leans way over farther this direction. It rarely goes over here. Oh, look at that. At the normal speed. It's kind of fighting to be correlated. And as we dial it back to a normal setting, it drops below the ability to throw this sign enough out of balance. I think we might have a result. So if we set it like this, it's fighting to go out of phase. It's fighting to be uncorrelated. So the next question is, we've got it doing this and like wandering to under 0. And sometimes it's staying nicely in sync. And sometimes it's going to under 0 correlation. So if we save it like this, and then make another change, do we get more or less of a result? So what we're going to do is have sweep R or sweep L plus next max from the opposite side and see whether that gets it anywhere. So sweep R plus next max R and sweep L plus next max L when we're calculating the R. Because that shows you where it's heading. So we might be able to make it converge more if we're doing this calculation based on where sweep is meant to go. And let's find out. Let's find out whether it helped. Because we have a testing regimen that is potentially doing a useful thing now. High sign. Effect stack is what I want. So remember, last time we tried this, the correlation meter was swinging well under 0 on these settings. I feel like I'm hearing more of a mono voice out of it. Not absolutely all the time, but it's not supposed to be all the time. Yeah, and look, I speed it up. Now it's barely ever dropping to lower than that amount. If I put it to default again, seems to be stuck pretty hardcore on staying locked. And here's our starting settings. I gotta adjust the starting settings. That is now too little flutter. That's probably too much. Well, but we can fiddle with that, can't we? I think this is going in a direction that could prove to be a useful direction. So flutter depth. What if we make that go to 6 and 50? What the heck is that? I didn't expect to see that coming. Oh my God. Okay, it's loading up knobs back from, like, I can't use them, mind you, but nope. I can't use them, but these are what I'm redesigning for Console X. So I used this basic look. Okay, how about not that? I think I double-clicked it rather than dragging it to the relevant place. Oops. Okay, so with that change, now if we have the sine wave, which is the torture test for having Flutter be obvious and annoying, and then 5. Oh, wrong. Now if I play this, it should sound pretty darn locked and certainly won't be doing anything unpleasant in the correlation meter. And I think there you have it. I think that's going to work just fine. And then as you push it, yeah, I think we got there. Cool. One final update for old 2-tape 7. Old 2-tape 7 gets a final tweak on the flutter, causing the flutter frequencies to chase each other just the tiniest bit so that they can still go a little bit off. But under normal circumstances, and we're going to default to 0.5 with these small changes, under normal circumstances, it's going to feel like a single piece of tape rather than two. You can still push it to go crazy, but if you really want to go crazy untrammeled, you want to have the Flutter plugin, which doesn't have this. But this is a bonus. This is a extra functionality that's going to give a real realistic tape flutter effect going on. You can slow it down a little bit. Or no, wait, that's the amount. You can slow it down a bit. Or ramp it up. Until you get to whatever stage seems to be about right. and the flutters will kind of chase each other to attempt to stay locked, while never actually being anything other than randomness. Oh, there we go. Cool. Alrighty, hang on, is this a stereo? It is. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive. This alone I'll call on you to do. So that's aggressive. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Everything's returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise. That basically sounded centered. Which of course is the challenge. The idea was you didn't want it to go wildly off all the time. Cool. I think we have a result. So what I'm going to do before the day is over, because it's almost tacos time, but boy, talk about days where I earn my keep. I think the combination of the headphone thingy, which should be great fun to play with, and then this ought to work out pretty nicely. So let's go to where the VST lives and update it right now. With these small changes. They're all going to live in this basic vicinity. So depth becomes d to the 6 power times overall scale times 50. 6 and 50. And depth 6 and 50. Got that. Then here's our flutter, and here's how we do that. I think we have literally and exactly the same code, so we can just copy and paste in this, which contains all the changes we've added. Here's our new to-tape version. Here's the previous version. 32-bit one. $64-bit one. To match. Now we build that as well. And these are the new updates. That. This. And lastly, we're going to go and check out our test tone. And just ensure that it feels and acts the same way for each. So returning it to normalcy, or as near as we can get. Just a hint of warble. Now we got to put these back to center. Never you mind, I'll get there. You drop it down to 0, and then you can get to the 0.5 if you are delicate about it. And it was at like 50 or so. Sounds about the same to me. And on that note, I will say goodnight, and we'll catch up on Thursday, where maybe we'll just build these into the final versions, make sure that we have cans in a VST version, and assemble stuff. And you will have a even newer 2-tape 7 that addresses those concerns about whether the warble is stereo or in sync. I think that does a pretty good job of doing it without compromising what I'd like to see out of it. So on that note, I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.